we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and you are watching another episode of Let's Talk About Seamoss. And happy to see you guys again. I can't believe it's Wednesday already. Sorry for starting a little late, but today's business was crazy. Lots of people calling me, and so it was just trying to get through the day and kind of just spilled over. And then I realized I didn't even charge my iPad, so I don't have the Clubhouse right now. Hopefully I can get that thing charged up soon. But until then, we just have the Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. You can join me on. And I should be able to see the text, although last week I had trouble. So if you, let me see. If you're trying to message me and I'm not responding, I do apologize. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Seamoss Boss, community. Nice. Welcome, guys. You know what's so funny? I didn't have an app. I wanted to have an app. Seamoss Boss asked me if I had an app today. I didn't. I meant to. And then I got into TikTok ads. Oh my gosh. Like, talk about going into a rabbit hole. So I must have spent the last 5 hours working on TikTok ads. But it's pretty cool what that platform can do and how you can really get down and manipulate it. And I think it's important to really sort of get in there and understand how it works so that whether you do it yourself or you get someone to do it, it's like, it's a big deal, like understanding it, because I haven't really spent a lot of time in it, but I looked at someone else's account and I saw what they were spending and how it was being spent. And it was like, I was kind of like, this is crazy. And it made me realize the importance of really understanding the how the system works and trying to sort of, use the algorithm to your advantage and stuff. And you could just throw money at ads and, you know what I mean? It's like you're burning it. Like, this guy was literally like burning his ad spend. I couldn't believe it because I saw, like, we have a partnership where we're I'm supplying him and packaging the Seamoss for him, and he's doing the marketing and ads. And so he kind of revealed to me what he was doing in the work, and I looked at it and I was just kind of like, oh my god! Like, I think he was spending upwards on average of between 75 cents to $2 per click on TikTok ads. And I was like, and he was spending like 8,000 a month. And I was like, bro, I'm like not even spending anywhere near that, and I'm getting 25 cents a click. Do you know what I mean? Like, and so the point of me telling this story is, like, you can just throw some money at some ads and hope the ads work, or you could get in there and learn how the system works so that you can sort of manipulate it to your best advantage. And like I said, I'm getting 25 cents a click. And, as long as those clicks are sort of reasonably good, or they're directed to an audience towards people that have an interest, in Seamoss, that's good, because the more traffic that gets to your site, the more conversions you'll have down the road. And I think, today I looked at it, I'm like doubling my I'm doubling the amount of visitors that I normally have on an average day. And it's almost like my sales have doubled for the day. And so, it's true with my experience that the more, as long as you send good traffic, but the more traffic you send, the more you're going to convert and get sales. And then, ultimately, That's the whole point of the business. But like I said, it's got to be targeted. And so I recommend definitely you go and spend some time and watch some YouTube videos on on excuse me on TikTok ads and creating TikTok audiences. I think that's the biggest thing that people are overlooking is understanding how to create proper audiences and strategizing or organizing the ads in a way so that um, you're maximizing the different target segments, right? You'll understand when you start getting into this ad thing. But when you start building these ads, you're going to start figuring out sort of like target audiences, mom 35 to 55, does this, does that, blah, blah, blah. She buys Seamoss. Males 45 to 60, workout, this, that. Vegans, they buy Seamoss. So these are different all audiences that you want to sort of like identify, and when you get into the Facebook Ads Manager specifically, you can, and you have a Shopify site, you can use that to identify more target audiences because you can start pinpointing people that, excuse me, people that have been to your site and have made a purchase and have converted. Excuse me one second, I'm going to get a drink of water. I keep forgetting to get something to drink before I start. I wonder how many people are on Clubhouse that are kind of looking for me and being, oh, he's not there this week, because I have been pretty consistent. And I wish there was a way that I could merge Instagram and Facebook and YouTube all on one channel. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I just realized that was what I was missing. I'm going to see if I can even do that now. The camera, this old laptop I have, the camera sucks. Gotta get it. Because I wasn't sure if I was going to go to the warehouse today and film from there. I've been thinking about doing that because the lighting is a lot better. Plus, it's like it doesn't disturb my family as much. I know my family is always kind of like dreading Wednesdays and Sundays because I'm up here talking loud, cracking jokes, and that keeps them up. Let me see if I can change this camera while I'm in there. And hey, guys, let me know if anybody's got a question about Seamoss or anything related about Seamoss. I've been thinking about putting together a series of sort of frequently asked questions that I can put on our website that would help do the videos. And I think that's something that, more sites could think of doing is just some live videos where they talk and, you put the question down there and you can answer it. Sometimes it's easier to do that than type it out. I'm not a big writer. Even though I'm good at writing, I don't like to write. So I try to avoid it when I can. And so I think the videos would be a unique take on doing a frequently asked questions. It's just to have a series of videos that they can watch. And then that will allow them to kind of connect better with me and the owners, and I can slip in some extra stuff that they might not have read, but they'll watch as a video. So I don't know. If anybody wants to copy that idea, feel free to do it. Just make sure you put my copyright on the bottom. Not good. But, yeah. because there's always similar questions. Like the questions I get all the time is, what's the difference between gold, full spectrum, and purple? How do they dry the sea moss? Um, what's the difference between wild and farm? Um, what else do we talk about? You know, how do they make the color? I think I said that already. Those are pretty much the general question. Oh, how long can CMOS last? You know, that is a tricky question because sometimes when you buy the CMOS, and I can't say so much for us because we generally get CMOS that's pretty fresh and new. But the truth is that there's a lot of people that are storing CMOS for a long time. And so I've been told from some farmers that CMOS, if stored correctly, can last up to like 10 years. But most people will say a year. And the reason being is that by having it 1 year, you don't know when you really got it. So it's just to keep it safe. And I think that's a good rule of thumb. Like you shouldn't really have the CMOS for more than a year or two. But, I have some CMOS that I've had since day one and it's still fun, you know. What's up, COVID-19? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Weather's starting to get better. I need to get back into the bees, and I'm freaking out because I didn't secure any bees for the holiday. I mean, bees for the holidays. I didn't get any bees for the upcoming season, and I think we took a loss this year because I was talking to my buddy, and he told me that some bears got into the bee yard and they knocked over bees. So, you know, yeah, man, I'm doing amazing. You know what I mean? Enjoying life, eating sea moss, feeling good. You know what I mean? I need to shave though. That's it. Like I've been so busy, I haven't had a chance to like shave at all, like at all. But I can probably just whip it a good shave tomorrow, and I'll be fine. This camera is a little fuzzy, it's a little dark. If there was a way to change that. So, what do you guys want to talk about with Seamoss tonight? I think we can talk about almost anything. Um, lately we've been getting some really good Seamoss in. The quality is really nice. Purple is so dark. Oh, it's crazy. Like we're talking like deep violet purple. Like I haven't seen some purple. Actually, this stuff is so purple. I had a guy come and and return some of it, saying that it was too dark. It was too. It had too much purple in it, and his buyers didn't like it, which is like shocking because most people that's what they get excited about. You know, uh, it is what it is. If you're trying to message me and I'm not responding, they get excited. Oh look, Kirby was in the thing. Says yes, I'm going to be on probably in about half an hour. Let me answer him. But I'm going to write. I've been meaning to do that. I got to write to whatchamacallit, Restream, and see why I can't see any of my comments when people are writing comments. It's like I can't see nothing. But hopefully Kirby will come in. That would be a cool conversation. I'd like to see what's going on with him. How are things going? Is he he recently did a transformation with the business. He went from divine herbs and healing and got more into fiber. And when I was talking to him the other day, I was like, "Look, bro, you need to come and hang out with us because it's cool on this live stream." And then two, like, you need to start talking more about fiber because that's the one thing I've been reading up on some CMOS recently, and I was came across the different fibers and how high in fiber this Seamoss is, and that's part of the reason why it has that detoxifying effect and stuff like that. And so, I didn't really get too into it, and I'm not that knowledgeable about fiber. I'm still learning more. So I wanted to have him come and talk to me about it so that I can learn more about it because he's kind of like almost repositioned his business to discuss more about fiber. And when you think about it, like, from what I know about fiber, it helps like move a lot of the waste and stuff that's in our body. And, having more in our diet and understanding how it plays a role in our overall health, I think is important. So then, you know, like there's a reason. I got a buddy of mine that would just drink straight up. I think it's Facilian fiber or something like that. He would mix it in a drink, like it was kind of like metamucil and stuff like that. And his belief was like he didn't want to have any waste sort of stuck in his system, so he was flushing stuff out constantly. And I think it had something to do with like he wanted to make sure he didn't have he had suffered from like high cholesterol in his family that was like sort of like he had history of that. And so I remember him saying he'd taken this stuff to basically make sure he didn't have a bad diet and be high in cholesterol. So yeah, man. So hopefully he comes back in the next half hour. I'm definitely going to be around. Um, these things usually go late, you know, and yeah, it goes late, and we talk about everything. So I was just reading his comments. Um, did I actually? You know what I brought home the other day, and I want to bring it out. I never got a chance to show it. Is I'll bring it here. So what I have here is the super dry Seamoss. I just brought some home basically to use for myself and also show you guys what this looks like because this is something that's been on our website and I get a lot of questions on it. Okay. Actually, weird. It's gotten more. Maybe it's this humidity in my house. It feels like it's softer than what it was before. But the point is, it's really dry and rough. You see how like quickly I kind of like broke that off into bits, right? And so it's like super dry. Like sometimes you'll get some stuff that's even more dry. I feel like this was drier when I got it, and I don't know, maybe my house has too much moisture compared to the warehouse, and this stuff is like a wick. They'll absorb moisture like really really fast. Hence when it's soaked. And actually, that's a good idea. I should actually throw some of this quickly in a bowl to show how it will look once it's been hydrated. Excuse me for a sec. So, I could probably put more water in it, but here's a bowl. No, that's super dry already. It's starting to expand. and get a little bit drier. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see how it looks like in a little bit. I think I should be sitting down when I'm trying to manipulate it. Ugh. But that's the super dry there right now, and so this thing is like at a fantastic, phenomenal deal. I only have so much of it, right? But I am trying to keep space. I need to make sure I have lots of space in the warehouse, and the reality is that Seamoss is great. Seamoss, I take it myself, but it's super dry. It's very brittle. When you put it in the box, it will break up into pieces and stuff like that. And for those that are using it, like they're buying CMOS from me to repackage and resell, it's not ideal. I'm going to be straight with that. Actually, this camera sucks. Sorry, not sucks. The position I got to fix. So it's not ideal, and it's better to just go and spend the extra money and get the good stuff, or the not the good stuff. Sorry, all good stuff, the softer stuff, right? And so because it will fit in the bags better, and it won't cause the bags to like rip and tear, which costs money in the end, and it can be damaging to your hand pushing that stuff in there all the time. So this stuff I recommend really for people that are making gel. And so if you're making a lot of gel, the super dry stuff, it's great. You know what I mean? A lot of my regulars that buy it or that have been buying it since I've sort of put it on the website, their feedback is that it's nice and clean and that, it swells up a lot and they get a lot more value for their money. And the reason being is because it's so dry. Like we're talking, it's probably like 95% dry. So it's so dry that when you weigh it, you actually get more in the CMOS in the box. I think when I weigh it, it's probably about twice the size of the box that I would normally use to weigh that same amount, but it's also like there's a lot of air pockets more than usual, where I'm able to like almost push down the CMOS and compress it to fit into boxes. This stuff, it's like it's so dry and brittle, it's very difficult to do it. So, like I said, you really only want to be using it if you're making gel, or even for yourself. You can take this stuff and you know 10 pounds would last you like you'd never have to buy CMOS ever again. You can give it away to your friends and all kinds of stuff. And like I said, if stored correctly, this stuff can last uh, 10 years. You know what? Here's a story, crazy story. I know a guy who lives not far from me. Um, he stores his sea moss in an aluminum container in the fridge. He puts spring water or some alkaline water thing that he makes, and he puts the sea moss in there and he leaves it to soak and he heats it over time. Like I thought I knew a lot about sea moss, and I didn't. That was one thing I didn't know you could do, and I didn't think doing that would be safe to eat. I wouldn't do it even now. I'd be like scared, but he swears by it, and that's how he consumes it. He doesn't blend it in a blender. He doesn't cook it. He doesn't do that. He just picks it out of the thing. And for all I know, that could be the best way to do it. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who really cares? You know what I mean? As long as you're happy taking the CMOS the way you're taking it, and it's good for you, and you're getting results, that should be a blessing. That's something you should be grateful for. I think too many times we spend like I see people trying to chase this like you know what I mean. It's like they're like health junkies. They're trying to get the biggest high and I want the maximum potency and stuff like that. And it's like sometimes that's the stuff. Hey, Candy, what's up? Sometimes that stuff, having the strongest is not the best for you. You know what I mean? Having it. That was even I don't know if I had it here online, or not, or last live stream, but I had a discussion with someone. I remember having a talk where we dove in the idea of like, what if Seamoss was better for you when you added more liquid to it and it was more runny? Everybody talks about how thick it is and how they can, you know, they turn it over and it gels up and stuff. But what if adding more water gave you more of a effect because it acted like the carrier to bring more of the sea moss with you? Because many times people take the sea moss, they'll take the smoothie and stuff, but they don't always add in more liquid and become hydrated. Hey, what's up? Can I see? And Bull City, yeah, I want to answer your question. Say, can we discuss storage methods? Of course we can. Is there a preferred way to store it in bags, in burlap sacks, in craft pouches, in tubs, in darkness, or does it matter? So ideally, if you're reselling it, you want to keep it in not an airtight tight container, but a container that is not just open, right? If it's for your personal self, keeping it open is everything fine. And the reason being is that the stuff dries out. And when it dries out, you lose the weight. And when you lose the weight, you're going to lose value on what you paid. Sometimes 10 pounds, you can lose a pound or two if it dries out too much. Um, so, you know, but I think burlap bags are okay. Craft pouches. A lot of times when we get the sea moss, we bag it up when we initially get it into pouches, and they're made out of ours are made out of craft paper where they take a wax liner in it or something like that. I know people put tubs in it. I wouldn't just put the raw sea moss in the tub. I would probably line the tub with like a plastic liner, a bag, and then that way when you put it in the tub, you can close the bag in it, and you don't have to tie it tight, but just tie it like so. For instance, like this bag here, I would keep it like that, and so you know it's not rock solid tight, you know what I mean? But it's also not. Actually, I might do another knot. And then there's still holes here and there in the bag, right? But keeping it like this is gonna lose less moisture. In fact, this time it felt like it gained moisture from being in my house. I think I mentioned that earlier. So it's better to put it in darkness. You want to keep it out of direct sunlight. Sunlight is going to affect the color, especially with purple and green and stuff like that. You don't want to have the sea moss in a direct sunlight because the colors in the sea moss will fade, and it's not going to be as appealing. So I hope that answered some of the questions that you were asking. Let me know if you have any follow up questions, Bullseye, and I will answer that. Let me see if anybody else has any questions. Let's see it. Just, just from Kirby. Yeah. So, but I know in St. Lucia, most people keep the Seamoss in sacks. They keep them in plastic sacks that are kind of like somewhat breathable. You know what I mean? But they also keep a lot of the elements out of it and stuff like that. So you definitely don't want to put it in something that will allow it to get wet or moisture will leak through it, you know. But at the same time, you don't want it airtight. It has to breathe a little bit because the longer you put it in there, if it's in a tight thing, if there's changes in temperature, then the sea moss will sweat. And if it sweats, it could have like condensation on the inside of the bag. And once that condensation happens and it kind of drops back on the sea moss, it could potentially spoil the sea moss or like cause bacteria to grow and stuff like that. So you want to avoid that. The little hairs. I believe the little hairs come from the algae that's in the ocean. There's this algae, I call it sea hair, but it's like these long, thin strands, and you've seen them. Everybody's seen them. It kind of looks like this, like mossy, greeny, mossy stuff. and so that stuff is floating all around in the ocean. And especially with the purple, because they tend not to clean the purple too much, not as much as they would clean the gold. Um, so yeah, so that stuff stays on the Seamoss, and when you bleach it, especially, it will go. It's normally green, but when you bleach it, it will turn white or blonde, and so it looks like little blonde hairs. And I think when you do it in um, when you make the purple and stuff, sometimes the purple color will go on it and sort of transfer to it and make it darker, so it looks like black hairs and stuff like that. I hope that answered that question on the hair. I could probably pull up a photo. If you need, let me check my iPad here. See if I got anything. Oh, oh well. Totally craving ice cream sandwich. I might have one later. That was like one of my favorite like desserts or treats as a kid, especially going to the CNE. I would want to go like the city fair I would have every year, and you would go and get the waffle ice cream, where they get that chunk of vanilla ice cream with the waffle. But I take it up a notch and I use chocolate ice cream with chocolate waffle, chocolate chip waffles. Yeah. Sometimes I don't eat a lot of sugar or sweet stuff, but when I sometimes just go through that craving where I just binge on chocolate. I love chocolate. And speaking of chocolate, I have cocoa sticks that are in, and they look amazing. Oh my gosh, I am so impressed with these cocoa sticks, and they smell so nice. And you know what I mean? They're, my daughter actually, you know what? I'll try one of these. My daughter made cupcakes with the cocoa. So check this out. So these are homemade cupcakes. She's been getting really into baking, and so she used the chocolate cacao sticks to make them, and it's really cool. It's got a nice deep chocolate to it. Actually, it's pretty good. No, you know what though? Fuck it. Let's actually put nuts in. I'm like allergic to nuts. It's like when you're biting something and you taste it and you're like, wait a minute, too late. Um, the good thing is that I'm not like I won't get what do they call it, anaphylactic or whatever. I just will get. I might start scratching my throat. I get itchy. So Candy's asking if we sell 2 ounces, can we store in the craft seal bags or need something that allows it to breathe? So in the 2 ounce bags, yeah, it's fine to keep them in the craft bags. You can probably keep them in those bags up to a year. I think over a year, I would kind of keep an eye on them after a year. Make sure they're not in any direct sunlight. Um, these cupcakes are so good that I'm like trying to eat around the the walnuts. You know, you taste them, you're like, this is good. So Seamoss Boss says, would you recommend keeping damp rods in storage or silica gel in the package, or would an air conditioning storage be sufficient to prevent condensation? Um, if you're storing large amounts, you should be okay keeping them in the boxes, wrapped with the plastic, and just leaving in there in a somewhat climate controlled area. Right. So, like in the sense with our warehouse, even though it gets hot and stuff, as long as the boxes are kind of taped up and they have that seal in them, they tend to not have any issues with getting any condensation and sweat. Ideally, air conditioning or keeping it at a constant temperature is best, right? I think the problem gets when you have it's cold at night, hot during the day. There's that kind of like, up and down with the temperature that will cause it to the product to sweat. So Dylan says, "Do you ship to California, bro?" Yes, I do. I ship all over the world, pretty much. I can ship anywhere. So California, Texas. I ship everywhere in the United States. We have a shipping location out of Atlanta and out of Toronto. But I've shipped to Romania. I think the last place I shipped that was crazy was Latvia. Yeah, I shipped now 8 ounces to Latvia. I think it actually even costs more to ship the stuff than the actual package. But if you can't get the Seamoss there, like, what are you gonna do, right? And the truth is the stuff is priced good and it lasts a long time. So you know, it's good. Hey, Dalen, let me know if you have any questions about it. Um, and as for the silica gels, I don't know if I would add those in because I find what the silica gels is that they help eliminate moisture, right? And as long as the sea moss, from a producer's level, as long as it's dried properly, at least like how they do it in the Caribbean, that 10% or so, you should be fine. You know what I mean? And you don't want to add anything that's going to pull moisture away from the product than it already has. So, so welcome those that just joined. And I can feel the itchiness from the muffin, the nuts in the muffin. And it's like I am so tempted to eat more of it. Like I want to pick through it and see if I can get more pieces without any nuts in it. Because it's really good. She's got like caramel pieces in it and stuff like that. Or I think it's like score maybe. I don't know. But I can taste the cocoa stick in it. And what's cool about it is that just like when you're doing regular baking, you use like a bitter chocolate or what they call it, semi-sweet chocolate and stuff like that. Because with the bitter chocolate in this thing, you can taste it and it kind of like it's sweet, it balances, it's nice. And that's just one other way. Like you don't always have to use the cocoa stick for making cocoa. You can cocoa tea. You can make it and use it in desserts. Add it into whatever you're making that it would probably be really good for making mole sauce. I don't know if anybody's into Mexican food, but mole sauce would be like, oh my gosh, that would be ill. I would, that would. Let me go grab one of the sticks so I can show it to you because I'm sitting here talking about it like you guys know what a cocoa stick looks like. While I'm at it, I brought some of this cinnamon is freaking crazy. I always got to show people because I got to get it packaged. Look at that. Hey, Khaled, I shipped off your package with the cocoa sticks and the green Seamoss. I hope you get it soon. And I think I didn't send this big broad pieces. I got the ones that are more curled. This stuff is really kind of soft. I don't know. I think my partner was saying that this stuff is the better one because it's from an older tree and that the cinnamon is more softer. Has anyone made a Seamoss chocolate truffle? Is that a thing, like edibles? That's a good question, and I don't think anybody has, but I think someone should. I think there should be more um, products used with different food, like sea moss incorporated into different foods. The closest thing I've seen to it is there's a company called All Things Sea Moss in Toronto, and they did they I saw them do cookies with sea moss in them. But I think as if you're someone who's a vegan and you're looking for alternatives to make, you're trying to make stuff all vegan or even just more plant based, CMOS can be a good substitute for a lot of things to help bind stuff, help like create like an emulsification, like mix it in and incorporate it. It's really good in salad dressings. Like to make a salad dressing as a replace for like I think that the mayo and the oil. But I think they use some oils. There's recipes online. You got to go check like YouTube and see what people are doing. Probably, I just know that it does exist. But I would definitely eat that. I know I've seen people make ice cream, popsicles, freezies. What other foods? There's the drinks. Um, I've seen people now get into like powdered mixes where they're mixing stuff. They're making like powdered sea moss with powdered fruit flavors and stuff, and they're making like a cherry smoothie or whatever mix, adding maybe some like uh, high dried powdered coconut milk or whatever. Everybody's trying new things, you know, and but I think more people need to try more things, and I think we need to push more. Like it's too easy to just sell the gel. You got gel, I got gel, everybody's got gel. But I feel like we need, as someone who's going business, it's good to start with the gel, but you need to be thinking, okay, what other products can I offer? Whether it's more versions of the gel, or things infused with it, like herbs, or even the herbs on its own. You know what I mean? So you want to be more of a, let me say it, a multi-skewed company. You don't want to be like just one trot or one trick pony or one product. And there's so many other stuff that if you got the clientele and you've got the market, you should try to be expanding into like offering bitters or whatever stuff. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I stick with CMOS is what I know, but yeah, there's so much you can do and try in different products, even body butters. Like there's like that was just food that I mentioned. There's all kinds of skincare products that you could soaps, body butters, um, shampoos. You know, um, there's been a lot of talk lately, with Jada and the alopecia and stuff like that. But my aunt has it, and she was using the CMOS to help get it. I actually have it. So this right here, this is alopecia right there. I get it. Not so much bad here, but I get it on my face every once in a while, and there'll be an area where it's just like nothing grows there. So now I know it's there. There's one here, but there was last year I had a piece here on my face. But usually I shave, so you never see it. You know what I mean? But it's there, and yeah, like I've been told, CMOS will help fix it. Add there, and then like I said, my aunt's been using the purple CMOS, and she said it really helped her hair grow back. She's been using it on her head and also ingesting it in case anybody wants to try it and stuff like that. What's up, Legacy Seamoss and the official Moss Boss. I hope you guys are doing good, well, great. It's been an amazing week. Business has actually been really good. I've been really happy with the way the direction things are going, and um, we're starting to really make a lot of connections down in St. Lucia, and networking with a lot of farmers and stuff like that. Um, and I really had a great call today with some farmers from St. Vincent and Union Island and stuff, and they're working with a group to how do you say it, to develop the industry down there and create more support, like more opportunities for people to earn money. And you know, when they mentioned earlier, like where do I get my energy from? It's reflecting on being able to be a part of moments like that. Like, and I'm gonna get emotional because it's really touching for me. But like to be a part of that and see that activity and see these changes in these lives and get this information out and see how they can use it to their advantage. Like from the initial call that we had, I've watched them uh, implement like every idea or suggestion that I gave to them. And to me, that like that's where I get my energy from. Like that's where I get my drive from, is to be able to have the information that I have and share it with someone and watch them take it and almost like bring it to the next level. Like I'm so excited to see how big they can grow and what they can develop into. What's up, Ricky?
What's going on, man?
Just getting all a little teary-eyed, emotional, talking about my life and stuff like that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was scared a little bit. I don't want to stop you, man. Keep going. Keep going.
Listen, my partner would be pissed all the time because I get like, dude, the way I was raised is to not hold back how you feel. So to me, it's like when I get really emotional, like, or say something that's touching to me, especially something that's God, I'll just cry kind of automatically. And so he's always kind of like, "What the fuck? You crying? You don't fucking cry." He's like, "Oh, you pussy Canadians." Always do. But because there'll be some times too where we'll accomplish something that's like challenging, and it's like we did it, and he'll look at me and he'd be like, "No, no, stop it, just don't."
Man, you got a lot to be happy for, man.
Yeah,
you do a lot, bro.
Thank you.
So, and I appreciate it. So like keep doing what you're doing, man. You push the culture, you push the Seamoss culture to a whole nother level, bro.
I'm trying to. Yeah,
and I
thank you.
appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'm not doing it just for me. I'm doing it also to show people that it can be done, so that they're not like I want people to copy. I want people to do more lives and do this stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Because as it does it, this is how we grow a mature market. You know what I mean? If I'm the only one standing on my soapbox shouting shit, like how does that grow? You know what I mean? How does that grow us all as a group? It doesn't. So
like so, yeah, like I just like you being in the forefront is always wonderful for somebody like me.
yeah. Well, I have a lot of fun doing it. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, like what he said.
Yeah. So can we yes, we can. Well, give me a call if you're in Toronto. We can meet up tomorrow. Unless he's talking to you. Is he talking about you?
He might be talking to me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we definitely can meet up tomorrow. I got you, sure.
Yeah.
I meet up.
Like,
I'm in the streets.
yeah, man. That's it. Hitting it hard. But yeah, man. A lot of great stuff. I'm really sort of excited about the future for what's going to happen in the next couple of years. You know what I mean? Some of the things I can't even speak on, but I can say that it's, there's a lot of changes that are probably going to happen for a lot of farmers. There's going to be, hopefully, this market will start to stabilize, and you know, there'll be sort of more of a wealth shift where these guys are going to start getting more of the money that's
that's due to them.
yes.
Like we always say, like they need more. Yeah, it's good. Like that, I think that's been my major thing. Is like, okay, so how do we keep everybody happy? Because we know what's going to happen in the next, I would say, a few months to a year, where corporations start coming in and trying to. And the thing is, they're going to try to take our farmers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so the best thing to do is make sure that our relationship is a strong relationship. So it's not something that we really have to worry about. You do a lot on the ground level with that, as far as making sure that these farmers right now are kind of, we're getting them together, and hopefully we can push to make sure that they're really, really taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the biggest thing. Is like, I don't think a lot of people, as far as in the States, really understand as far as how much these farmers really do.
Mm-hmm.
And to lowball them and to not really give them the just due as far as pay that they really need. You know, we always talk about all these other people kind of, you know what I'm saying, taking advantage of workers in Africa and things of that nature. Do we really want to be a part of that? Like, is that something that we want to be grouped into those people? Like, no, we don't. Like, we want to make sure that, like, you know, I guess when I started off, that was my major thing, is that when I actually did my study and my researching, the first thing I was looking at is, okay, who needs me like I need them? Like, and St.Lucian was one of those situations where I was like, okay, so this is a place, and even the Caribbean island in general, this is a place that, you know, these are mostly black farmers, and they're not trying to get rich. They're trying to just feed their families.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of them are women. There's a lot of women in this industry. You know what I mean? And they work hard. Strong.
Yeah. And so when you start thinking about that, it's like, okay, so like that's why, like, where would I rather spend my money? Because the thing is that $20 to us may not be anything, but $20 to them is something major.
It's $50.
Exactly. Like, you know what I'm saying? And money is hard, and when money's hard to come by, like, we have to think about that. Like it's important to them. Like, we throw away money like it's nothing, because we're in an economy that is kind of got to that point where, you know, like, the value of money is not that major to us like it is down there. So, yeah, like to make sure that the farmers are taken care of the correct way. That's the key. Not mention how much we have. Like, this is the thing, is that we make a lot of money off of Seamoss. Like, and I'm not talking about as far and as a whole. Now, I'm a wholesale, so I don't say I make a ton of money, like I'm rich or anything. But, you know, if I was selling gel, if I was selling products, I'm probably making a killing. Like, so with that being said, is that, like, once it starts sprinkling down, and once we start having pretty much a situation where, like, you know, if you're buying this amount of Seamoss, then you're gonna get it at this price. Like, there's no backdooring and trying to get it for $7.50, knowing that you're only buying 10 pounds.
Yeah,
like,
that's crazy.
Like you shouldn't be able to do that, and I almost call that scam. Like, that's kind of a scammer's mentality. Like, you just like we don't need to be doing that. Like, we need to respect and knowing, and not to mention not taking advantage of people that you know that they really need. Like, that's another thing that we have to think about. Like, these people really need the money, so you might know that they really need the money, and you think that it's business. And my whole thing is that, why do we have to practice business regimens of people that we didn't like how they were doing business? So we didn't like how some people were doing business and will lowball us, but then we started doing each other. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, that's why I got into business, because I wanted to change the narrative.
Same.
So I'm gonna let you get back out. I just you get emotional, I get emotional.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reading these people walking in and saying coming in. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of some of the change and help develop some of these guys' businesses. Um, Especially these guys, Seamoss Boss. Can't even pronounce their country right. I feel so bad. I think it's Canouan. It's Canouan. It's basically an island near in St. Vincent, like part of the. I think it's the Grenadines. St. Vincent. Is it St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because I've been talking to a couple people from the islands as well. Well, they actually asked me about grinders and how to improve as far as making powders. So, I actually been doing a lot of just messengers and things of that nature. Kind of giving my advice on how they should go about it, or yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's great. It's great. I like where Seamoss is going right now.
Yeah, definitely in our community, it's going good. People are starting to. What I've noticed too is a lot of people are starting to do their own sort of research, their own due diligence. They're open to receptive to like understanding different, just the science, the truth of the matter, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm really happy with that. Which is good. Oh, grateful. Love it. I'm just gonna. I think what's next. You know what I mean?
Definitely. What's next? But like, what are we gonna do next? Well, another thing that I'm looking at as well is that we're really having good conversation on the Seamoss Fire stuff. Like, as far as people really coming in and sharing information as they should. I've been kind of liking that. I've been going to the Seamoss Fire stuff a lot more just to kind of get the information. And I think the community is kind of growing in the way that we actually wanted to. As far as now, you're seeing a lot of different people from like different islands. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, I love that. I love the fact that there's guys from like Tanzania and from St. Vincent and Grenada, Aruba, and I mean those are the ones you see. Well, there's probably tons you don't even see. Like, one thing is I am thinking about putting in some kind of all some of these groups you have to ask questions. I just so not to say so lazy, just so busy that I haven't been. I got so much on my plate to divert the time to write out a bunch of questions to put on the Facebook group. I think maybe I gotta start getting people like Fiverr. You ever heard of Fiverr?
Oh, I love Fiverr. That's my go-to. I'm a Fiverr champion. You need anything on Fiverr? I got people.
Okay, I'll be able to talk to you and see that because I think I need to get a couple of people to do sort of like mundane tasks for me so that because you start thinking it's like, okay, I got so much shit to do. Do I really have time to sit there and figure out how I lock up this group? Like, but then I look at all the spam bots I have to like delete and all the comments and stuff, and I'm like, it's like,
they are out there.
Oh yeah, they're crazy.
Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, it has to be bots because they are just, you put a post up and it's bop.
Yeah.
And then you hide their comment, then they put something up 10 minutes later. It's like, wow, y'all are really like they're on their job. I think that looks.
Yeah. Well, I think they use some kind of like hacker algorithm, like where they get into the API, and it's almost like they can see whenever a new post comes in, they just mass bombard it.
My question is, does any of that work?
I think it has to.
Like, I'm trying to figure out because, like, as much work as they put into it, I'm like, does any of this really work?
I think it has to, but it's one of those
people clicking on this stuff. Like, seriously, I've never clicked on none of it.
But I think the conversion is like 1 in like a million. You know what I mean?
I guess if they get that one,
yeah.
they're gonna try to Dr. Boucher.
Well, it's that one guy that's how do you say it? He low key knows that he's got herpes and hemorrhoids, and he's like, I wonder if this will work.
Yeah, that's who they're going out for.
Yeah.
They figured that they could get him. Hey, who else? I see somebody else that they could get herpes. I don't know. I be calling a lot of people. I'm like, what? It was a big person too. I gotta remember who it was. I don't want to put a name out there. I gotta research and see. But I see the post where, and they showed all the medical stuff, and I really want to look into it. Like, he did. Hey. I'm not sure if it was talking to about to sell products.
It's crazy how they make that shit.
Yeah. I'm saying they can pay for work, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
This is the cocoa sticks.
You're in love with the cocoa sticks, huh?
Yeah, well, my daughter I'm just eating it, even though it's like, it's like totally bad for me. But she made these muffins, and she used the cocoa stick to put the chocolate. So there's these chocolate like brownie muffins.
That's why I'm about to say that's not a muffin, that's a brownie.
Yeah, it's like a brownie something. And well, I think it's a muffin because she made them in these cupcakes. But they have walnuts in it, and I think it's either score or caramel pieces. But I'm allergic to walnuts and all kinds of nuts.
I was just about to ask that you must be allergic to walnuts. Like there's something in there that you're allergic to. But you can't stop, huh?
No, and I'm like picking around all the, or at least I'm trying to. It's good though. I'm gonna tell her she's gonna make this again and not put any on. I don't know why she put on. I think she put them to keep me out of them.
This is crazy. I really ain't talked to you this week. Man, how you been doing? Like, most of the time we go crazy on the phone for like forever, and then like this is just a recap of what we talked about.
Yeah.
I ain't really got to talk to y'all. We must have been
busy. Sales have like really increased, and
yeah, I can say the same.
And I'm at a sorry guys, I'm like at a point where it's like, do I start turning on the Facebook ads? Like, am I ready for them? You know what I mean? Or should I just let it chill for a bit and get my stuff? I need to get more stuff together so that when I do push the button, it's just like, because if I get slammed and I can't recover, it's just going to be more stressful.
You sound like me. Like I haven't. Like I'm gonna tell you the real truth that I haven't turned on the Facebook ads either. I know I've been talking to you about I'm gonna turn on Facebook ads. I'm about to ramp up, but then I get a project and then I have to do the project. I'm like, you know what? I gotta finish this project, so let me finish the project first, and then I'm gonna turn on the Facebook ads.
Yeah.
And I just go again. Now it's like as soon as I stop a project, another project comes. It's like, okay, so I'm grinding a lot of powder right now. I'm capping up a lot of stuff, and it's beautiful. I'm all for it. Like, but I haven't had to turn on the on the Facebook ads. I really don't want to. Truthfully, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't want to turn on Facebook or Instagram ads. Like, I make people ads because I like them. Go to a YouTube, but like I really think Facebook just be taking your money.
What? Well, how are you doing the ads?
The ads I was doing. Okay, so this is the thing. Like they give you traffic, right?
Yeah.
Like it just, but I have to think about how many times have I bought something from Facebook? Like really bought something. Like unless it was something that was dealing with business, like a business. Like, okay, like I might click on marketing stuff.
Yeah.
And I might click on those, but like truly, how many times have I like have I seen something on Facebook and like, ooh, I gotta get that. Like it's usually not that. I'm usually going to Google and I'm usually researching on Google and then I'm clicking on Google stuff. And that's just me. That's just how my mind frame is. I'm like, okay, so I wonder if a lot of people think like I'm thinking. So I actually, it feels like you just spend money. It's like you spend a lot of money, you get a lot of people, and they make it. And I just think a lot of people click to see exactly what you're doing, and they do a lot of studying and research. But as far as people buying, like what I've learned is that I actually have more people through Google that was buying. Like they were there to, that was their specific purpose was to, hey, let me find the best Seamoss person that's close to me. Oh, there we go, click. And then they buy. Facebook, I think, like really what I would actually do with Facebook, I think we kind of talked about this as far as the strategy with the media guy is I just want to, like if I do Facebook stuff, it's not going to be like for you to buy it. I'm going to just give you a lot of information. And so that you can get a lot of information from me and then you can do your research, not really geared towards you buying anything. It's towards you knowing who I am, introducing myself, and kind of getting you to start clicking on, oh, he's talking about this. But and a lot of that comes from I end up having to, I think I have to do YouTube ads.
Yep. It's funny you say that because that's what I'm thinking is that the YouTube ads will be more effective. A lot of reasons that I believe that I'll just, let's say keep secret, but I don't want to get too deep into it. But definitely just by being able to present the information and have these sort of inlay spots where you're talking about who you are, showing your company or whatever, it's easier in a lot of ways to do that when someone's like watching it like a commercial than with Facebook where you're kind of scrolling and the guy can scroll really past your stuff. You know what I mean?
Now that we're saying that, this just comes up to my head. Like I think we may need to do some YouTube lives. We go live on YouTube and generate that traffic because I think that'd be.
I'm already doing it, bro.
You're already on YouTube?
Yeah, we're on YouTube right now. I just don't talk it up.
That's what you should be talking up. Like that, like that's where you right. It's funny that you say that because I'm wondering why I get a couple people from YouTube. Like I'm like, okay, well, how do I get YouTube people?
Yeah.
Then I'm looking at because I look at my insights and like, okay, you had such and such amount of people from YouTube. I'm like, I ain't did no YouTube. I'm like, I ain't even on YouTube like that. I think I might have one video of YouTube, but nothing else. So you're on YouTube Live. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I use a product called Restream, and on Restream, I'm streaming to 2 channels on YouTube and 2 groups on Facebook. I'm doing my Seamoss page and then also the Seamoss Fires Club. Okay. And so they can't see you, but they can hear you talking on the live stream.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, because you're on the Instagram. But before, when we were talking and I would have you connect through Facebook, you were showing up on Instagram too. Or not Instagram, on YouTube. But yeah, but I am going to probably get into it soon where I start talking more about YouTube, but I almost wanted to get the base content done, right? And so when someone comes and looks, I want them to see, like, I did 50 videos already. They'll never watch those videos, and I don't care if they watch those videos, but the fact that I have those videos, huh?
This is the thing. They're going to watch the video.
True.
Like I'm gonna be honest with you. If I find somebody on YouTube, I actually watch all their stuff. Like I'm clicking back from years, and so, but that's been my major thing is that I'm like, okay, so I'm really trying to get into the YouTube situation. Where I'm like, okay, so how long do I make the videos for? Like, do I do them for like a couple minutes? I'm like, man, I don't like to see myself on screen for more than like 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm doing too much, and so now, but actually another thing. You might want to post your YouTube link in there.
Yeah.
In here, so we can all kind of click on that, and because I would rather go to YouTube watch it afterwards, then kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
hey, I can click on this and send it over to everybody. Like, hey, then YouTube always here, and I'll kind of go on Facebook because I know a lot of people that rather just go. Like, I know a lot of people that don't deal with Facebook, Instagram. I'm sorry that we're on this platform. I'm saying, but I know a lot of people that don't deal with Facebook or Instagram because there's Facebook and Instagram. Now you put YouTube in the mix. They're like, yeah, I go to YouTube. YouTube is like their TV.
Yeah, it's like the learning channel.
Yeah, so they're quick to go there.
Yeah. Well, I'll start mentioning it more. You know what I mean? I'll start putting it out and stuff like that. I want to build. I'd like to build another studio so that I have like a space. I was going to do it in the warehouse that I had, but like I share the warehouse with my buddy, and they kind of like they had to expand the company, and it was kind of like they expanded it, and I wasn't using it enough. You know, when you don't use it, you lose it. That's what happened. So yeah, so I don't know. Hopefully, I'll get the space back, and I can create like I want to create an area where I can like do demonstrations and show stuff, and then have guests come in and talk and stuff. But yeah, I think it would be cool and get more on the YouTube. Earlier, Bull City sat there and said, "Oh, Yusuf's here." He said, "That's how you get monetized too, right?" And yes, that's true. But for the Seamoss talk, it's not so much a goal to monetize that. Yusuf, you're such a joker.
Hey,
What's going on? But I do want to do this. I want to monetize. I want to do a show called Seamoss Life. So on the YouTube, I guess channel, I have a sub channel called Seamoss Life, and I'm gonna give a bunch of these guys cameras. And I'm gonna have them come down. I just gonna show them how to edit and upload the footage. But it's gonna be basically them running around St. Lucia and their lives and how they, they deal with Seamoss.
Watch it, because somebody might get mad at you for using Seamoss Life.
Why?
Because somebody already has reality TV. Person that we don't really want to talk about.
Oh yeah, well we whatchamacallit, he spells it differently.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he's probably watching this show right now. He's all mad.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a nice guy though. Once in a while, I talk to him a bit.
Why is this person always mad?
He's just one of those, I don't know, miserable people.
I went from I'm not like you know how you get past the situation. It's like, bro, you know what I'm saying? I'm bad, but it always just keeps on showing up. It's like, bro, like,
yeah, you can't get rid of it.
That's a dead horse. Like, that's a dead horse. Like, just
yeah.
Okay, and watching this, I'm just gonna say, this is the only thing I'm gonna say is that everybody admits to what happened in the situation. Only person that's not is him.
Yeah.
Like, only person that's not saying, you know what, I shouldn't have did that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this is where I went wrong. Yeah.
And acknowledge what the situation was. Past everybody else has.
Mm-hmm.
You're the only one that has it. And things happen.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate.
I took my little situation like a champ, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna bounce back.
Yeah.
It's not gonna stop. Like, it's not gonna stop. Even though you tried it, it's still not gonna stop. But I'm on a major path.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, like little bumps in the road don't stop the situation. You know what I'm saying? And it shouldn't stop this.
No, it shouldn't.
If he's doing it for the right reasons, it should stop this. Like, he should. It's like all these are learning moments. Like, I learned from him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know who and what not to do. I know what I'm looking for and what I'm not looking for. Okay, I took that loss.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say, okay, we kind of move forward. Like, loss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No one talks about it. Chris don't want to talk about it. She's looking over here like.
Yeah, she's like, I don't know why you gotta go there. So, Yusuf, what state are you in?
I think I'm still in Georgia right now.
Oh,
I'm on my way to. I might be in Carolina right now. I'm on my way to North Carolina. I might be in South Carolina.
oh, nice. North Carolina. What?
You over there by Augusta then? Yeah, I think I get on probably. So I'm not driving though. Oh, you on 20? No, I'm on 95. Oh, you on 95? You going north now? Yeah, I'm going north Carolina. Okay, so you probably around the Greenville area. Yeah.
And you're just settling down for the night. Hey, do you do the seatbelt trick to lock your doors so no one gets in your car? I saw that, I think, on a TikTok video or something like that. I was like, I wonder if this is how he gets down.
You're gonna be here fighting to death.
That's crazy. Like, people do that, man. Wow.
Yeah, they don't like the mission, but they found a few women on DNA cross-string. DNA cross-string with that shit. Oh.
What?
You know they ain't gonna mention that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where I seen that seatbelt group. I was like, dang, that's a lot. But I understand it. No, not really. You just put your door in and then buckle in the seat and things to the next thing. I do that. I do that because when I lock the keys in there, I saw how fast you lock the door. Right. This dude went, put that shit in stuck in that, and locked the door. And after about a few seconds, I was like, damn, I must have put the full seatbelt on.
That's crazy.
So then the other incident, I can't see on it because it's much, but a guy was acting like something was getting people called. It's like the stuff called on 50 of them, they found the bag that he had when he called. Wow. Oh, that just, that.
It's crazy. Trucker life. That's what you should do, a YouTube video, eh? Yusuf, it's called Trucker Life, and just show like your life on the road. All this.
I ain't gonna have this thing all negative on it. It smells like the truck stuff smell like.
That's good. That's what you do.
You don't clean up nothing. Look. They got fingerprints on the wall. It ain't brown. Brown fingerprints.
But that's the whole point. You know what I mean? You're like a grumpy old trucker. You know.
I actually did I gave somebody a review. Not a good, but I took pictures of all the stuff I saw, and I was like, I'm gonna just do it. That's what I do. I'm on a rampage reviews of truck stops.
You know what was funny? I had this.
Look, and then I have my face on my I want them to know it's me.
You can see it right in their face. I actually had this really cool idea to do a YouTube show like years ago, and I never took the initiative to do it. And it's funny because now I could never do it. And so, because like the way the cancel culture is nowadays, it's like that thing would never fly. So,
man, I'm trying to get canceled. I figured I get canceled early and then pop back.
Yeah, like a phoenix. So. So.
Like, black men been canceled, so I don't like.
Oh shit. True.
Been canceled, so you know what I'm saying? Like they try to get us out the way already. Like you guys understand? Like anything we say is gonna cancel us out. Like we talk about armed Seamoss, they trying to cancel us. The rocks in the box. But look, y'all saw last time how that man made a quick customer. I kept saying he the only way he gonna have to get it from him. He talked all that natural shit and turned around and said he gonna fire. And I mean, I understood where he was coming from,
Yeah.
and then it was just okay. So you were talking. He just got into it live with the mom.
Yeah.
That's the
And he knew he had to submit.
His same understanding. Like we had to get him to understand that hey, like it's not like we trying to make something. Like we trying to be the most natural person on one thing. That's it. Like everything else we so unnatural. But Seamoss, we gonna be natural.
Yeah. You gotta be perfect.
Gotta be perfect. I'm on a cell phone walking outside nature. You better whisper to a bird, right? A note put him on his leg and then I understood why you say, I'm a spitball. Because I don't think you could have been on that one.
Yeah, you just would have kept going.
Yeah. I couldn't have been on that because you troll from the comments. I was like, bro.
Those jokes. That was funny.
It's okay. Like, you know what though? We probably needed to have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's really what it is. He needed to have that conversation.
But,
he needed to talk to some people that, some people get, and I might be victim of this too. Some people get around people that just are yes men or yes women, and whatever you say, oh yeah, man, no. If it don't make sense to me, I'm pretty much react like, huh?
Yeah.
And especially when he said that as growing up, how they used to get they Seamoss. I'm like, bro, you need to know if it came from the rock or not. You can just say it just pulled up on shore.
Yeah.
So I can understand you saying that's the wild crafty that you know, or that's the natural that you know. If he would just said that, I was like, okay, cool, I understand. Like you waiting for your stuff to wash up on shore. Mm-hmm. So no man has messed with it, nothing like that. But you talking about picking it.
Yeah, this is different.
And that's just like farming. Like, I can set a piece of Seamoss on a rock and throw it in the water.
No.
Get it later. Go back to it later. Yeah. And tell me like, hey, that's I planted that right
there. That's the main reason for the ropes. It's just so you could say that's my Seamoss in my area, and some of them don't even use ropes. Some of them are now using just like nets, and they're keeping it in a closed pen.
I'm just gonna carve my name on some rocks. So when I pick it up, I'm like, hey, that's my. I say, hey, this is my rock. This is my Seamoss. You can get like a net that hold a rock and attach Seamoss to this when you throw on a rock.
That's it. Just put the net over it. It's like it's on a rock. Well, I have one guy negotiating a deal to do 4,000 kilograms, and he wants it all wild crafted. And I was like, no.
like, what ocean is he killing?
This is what I'm saying. I was like, no. I was like, bro, because it's.
Hold on. All that wild crap. Okay, so my question is, what is he doing? What's his business?
Realistically, he's importing it. He wants to take over the whole country that he's in. I can't name the country that he's in, but he's in a particular European country, and he's planning to import it to be like the sole distributor. You know what I mean? And
okay,
so
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. Hey, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of give them the rundown on wildcrafting and why you do that.
Yeah, I unfortunately no, because I'm dealing through another guy that's kind of like handling this deal. But I'm showing him. He's coming to me for questions like, "What about this? What about that?" And I'm kind of telling him, "No, like this it's not really possible to get it from the rocks, and even to get that much, it's like we can't even like. I was asking him, okay, how good does he want it on a consistent level? You know what I mean?
Like 80. What's that? Like 8,500 pounds. Over 8,500 pounds.
This is what I'm saying. And so to get 8,500 pounds of clean, good Seamoss, it's not cheap. You know what I mean? You can't get it cheap because some of them will will charge more for it to get it, and usually it's the ones that have the bigger amounts. And so when you cost average it over different buyers that you're buying, it ends up creeping up there because they know it's sought after stuff, right? So
especially now, like especially when somebody comes and says they want 8,500 pounds, you gotta understand, like, hey, this is what we're talking about, and like it may not be a major corporation, but it's a major it's somebody that wants to be a major player in a certain region, and like that's what you start to like, and he's probably not the only one that's coming.
This is what I'm saying. Imagine all these guys come for their own country, and next thing you know, we're all bought out because they're willing to pay that extra $2-3 that some of these guys aren't.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Like, what would you as a farmer do?
You got to lock down everything too. You got the highest of people, bro.
I wish, bro. At the same time, you can never lock people down. Like the only thing you can do is create an arrangement where it's highly favorable for them, so that they would never question messing up the arrangement. You know what I mean? That's the only way you can really win. And even then, they're going to still kind of do what they want because I feel like St. Lucians are very independent people, and they're not going to allow you to put them in a position where they feel like they're enslaved to you. You know what I mean? It's almost like they will sell to someone else just to prove to you, I can sell who I want to when I want to. This is my Seamoss. So
it's kind of having a friendly partnership that works out, and regardless of anything, you're making sure that they're taken care of.
Well, for me, I tell them straight up, go. If someone offers you more money, sell it. Don't wait for me. You know what I mean? Like, please don't. I don't want to ever hear you cry to me about you could have sold the Seamoss for more money. Don't ever, you know what I mean? Sell it for more money, please. You know what I mean? I have only one choice. I either match it or I don't. You know what I mean? And that's up to me, right? At the end of the day, I can't be, being the type of person or saying the stuff that I'm saying, and then I start locking these guys into deals that they can't get at. Like, they could get a better deal somewhere else, and I'm got them in this, headlock. No, that's counterproductive to the whole purpose of what I'm doing.
Definitely.
Yeah. So, I just hope they don't find somebody else.
What else you been working on? That's a little bit of what you've been working
on. I haven't been working on too much, man. Just I finally put soursop leaves on the website, so I gotta add photos to them and stuff, and then I gotta put the cocoa sticks are on there already. I gotta put some of these herbs. I'm gonna start.
I still haven't put soursop leaves on my website, and I'm
just soursop leaves.
Yeah.
I don't really flavor-wise.
I love soursop.
I really don't take it that much. I like if I boil certain things, I might put it in there. I know Crystal, she loves it. I actually really, truthfully, I gave away a lot of my soursop leaves. I didn't know what to sell them for because the person I got them for didn't tell me the price. So I just like, hey man, hey, y'all try to sell them. So it's kind of like that first hit for free. Like, hey man, here, take these soursop leaves. Take these soursop leaves. That was the thing, and then. And I didn't know how good they were, so I was like, okay, so the next batch, I want to know, I'm going to have a certain situation that I can kind of like, well, it could cost me this much. Now I have a website that I'm going to sell them on.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is that I actually was speaking to a guy today from Grenada, and I'm going to actually get soursop. So
yes, nice.
Trying to figure out how to import it directly into Atlanta, so I don't have to go down to Miami and pick it up. But
they don't grow in Atlanta?
I don't know. Nobody has Southside in Atlanta.
They grow it in Florida.
Yeah, they grow in Florida. And I thought about Florida, but
how much they charge you to import?
As far as sending them there, I think it's in between $7 and $9, depending on how much I'm
getting. Was the guy you're talking to? Is he the same guy that put that post on the Seamoss Buyers Club?
No, this guy I actually was introduced to like a year or so ago, and I actually got some soursop from him via somebody else, but like the guy that I got it from, I'm not sure exactly what his relationship with the guy was, and it kind of soured. So, but then I actually got back in contact with him, and he was like, "Rick, whatever you want, I can go ahead." I was like, "Okay, I just need to make sure that you get to Atlanta." And because last time, I think I didn't really go through with a lot of stuff because I would have to travel all the way down to Miami and go pick it up, and I didn't really want to do that. And now you're like, "No, I should be able to get it to Atlanta. It should be no problem at all." So now I'm like, "What?" Now, because I think he's going straight American Airlines, but I just got to do a certain amount. You know what I'm saying, to make sure that
it comes on the way.
So, but like he gave me a pretty good number. I told him that I didn't want to lowball him. You know what I'm saying? So I actually went to something that
fair.
Okay, so like give me a fair price. Like you know what I'm saying? Like and what's how much do I have to get that fair price and that's really the negotiation that I always start. So I'm gonna probably do it I just need to come up with a day in a spot that because I'm just gonna do a 1-day situation where I have soursop. Everybody that needs soursop pull up in Atlanta, and you can get it because I'm not trying to hold on to it too long. I might go to a farmer's market and just set up at a farmer's market on a Thursday or Friday. Because I don't want to actually have it coming in on Friday because that's what I'm scared of. Like, I wanted to come in on Friday so I can have soursop Saturday. But if we don't clear customs at a certain time on Friday, then I'm just going to lose out on everything because it can't sit in the warehouse for all weekend.
No.
So I got to come up with a different day, like have it come in on Wednesday and then do it on Friday at the latest. You know what I'm saying? So everybody get their soursop, it doesn't start going bad.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck with some souring soursop.
I'm trying to cut all that stuff and freeze it as quick as possible. And another thing is I actually want to run it through the freeze dry. So that's really what my main purpose is, get enough where I can sell majority of it and then the rest of it either turn it into a juice. And I actually want to turn the juice and put it through the freeze dry in the juice form. So you kind of have out of juice. You have to add water to it. That's what I'm thinking about the next day. I'm really kind of thinking I really kind of want to open up the juice form. Another thing I actually started looking for, and I'm trying to figure out if it's just one place that has it, is pink pineapples.
Yeah, I've seen those before. I don't know where to get them.
I know where to get them, but me, I'm trying to contact the people. I'm like, hey man, how can I sell these? How can I get it in bulk? That's my big thing is, can I get this in bulk? Can I get this as far as I can sell it to people and just for people that actually own restaurants and don't own juice bars and like, hey, I need pineapple. Let's go ahead and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, make some drinks out of that. That'd be crazy.
I'm always on exotic fruits of that nature. So, especially in Atlanta, you get something exotic, you're going to sell. You go to these restaurants, go to these juice bars, like, hey, I got pink pineapple. You're not going to be able to hold it. I think if I get 100 of them real quick, I think 100 of them stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I should check with my buddy because I have a buddy that cultivates exotic fruits indoors, and I know he was talking about getting pink pineapples. I don't know if he still has it. Yeah, he grows bananas, passion fruits, guavas, avocados. He does it all indoors in the winter.
See, like I'm always looking for passion fruits.
Mm-hmm.
Of mine. I like dragon. I've been on dragon fruits. Like I used to eat a lot of dragon fruits. I actually kind of stopped on the dragon. I think I'm just now it's to a point where I'm just trying to like I'm big on import and export right now. So a lot of these things that I can find that I can import in from these different countries, I'm all for it right now. Like let me get 100 pounds of pink pineapple. Let me get 100 pounds of soursop and start making that into. And then I want to add Seamoss into those juices and sell like. Well, I don't want just the regular stuff. I want the exotic stuff. I like exotic stuff.
Yeah, you could probably do a really nice exotic juice bar with Seamoss, and there was someone who was telling me they charge $5 for Seamoss shot to add it to their smoothies. Like $5 for a shot.
I think I actually have some people. I think they're talking about somebody in New Orleans saying that how expensive it was for Seamoss in New Orleans. And I actually have a few buyers in New Orleans. This is the thing about New Orleans is that, like, my guy, like, he was waiting and he was like, Rick, man, there's no Seamoss in the city. I'm like, what? He's like, there's Seamoss in the city. He's like, man, I got people coming to me from everywhere looking for Seamoss. And he's like, there's no Seamoss. He's like, man, you need to give me the powder. You need to give me some. Just send me some.
Yeah, you just gotta stack them up.
Yeah, and so now I just get kind of flooded. I actually had to get his labels done. Because you know what? That's a lot. That's what I've been. I gotta talk to my guy on Fiverr because my label guy is on Fiverr. So I've been sending so many people to him. It's like, hey, like
hook me up.
Yeah, like I need a hookup. Like like I know you're getting about 2 or 3 customers per day. Like I'm like, man, hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, so
what's up, the kid?
Yeah, so I need to talk to him and see what's going on with him because like that. Yeah, it's the Seamoss Buying Club.
He's like, wow, I was looking for your page. You know who that is?
No. They might be looking for you.
Maybe.
They be looking for both our pages.
Well, welcome to the live.
Welcome to the live. We appreciate it. Whoever page you're looking for, we appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
And feel free to ask any questions that you would like, because we love to answer questions.
Yeah, and you don't do a lot of people don't ask a lot of questions, I find. And but then at the same time, oh look, someone's asked, not on Clubhouse tonight. No, we're you know what? Let me check my phone, John, because I was meant to go on Clubhouse, but I didn't charge the device.
Oh, hello. Okay.
It's on now. You know what? I think I can charge it.
Me. You have found me, yes. And we go live a lot. Well, and definitely any questions that you want to ask, please feel free to ask me. I'm probably too much of an open book.
Yeah.
Especially at these times of night.
Oh yeah.
You get the truth.
The real, raw, unfiltered.
And Crystal, thanks you for the post that you were doing as well.
Oh,
She's like, Julien done cut my post. And I'm like, yeah.
yeah. It's so funny because in some ways it is a nice thing to do, but low key, I'm doing it because it helps my algorithm.
Exactly. So you're looking for a new descriptor? Well, I got anything that you need. Let me know. You can send me a message. Any questions? Even if you need, like, really, I've actually been into a lot of the white labeling and showing people how to get their labels done. This week has been pretty much that. Anything else that you need, if you need a new distributor, we'll definitely take care of you.
Sure, for sure. And like service with a smile, right?
Exactly. Like quick service too. But this is the week that, like I'm one of them that, like I'm key about somebody orders in a, like they're like, hey, he already sent it out. Like, so I'm very key on that. Like as soon as you order, you like, man, like, oh, it's here.
Yeah, boom, bam.
I just ordered. Yeah, I know you just ordered. Like I go with the quickest way to get it to you. Like I'll bite it. I'll bite $2.
Yeah, it becomes faster.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I see that one day and that 2 days. If it's only like a couple dollars difference, I'm gonna send it to you that one day, just so because I know how I would feel, and I keep my customers like I want to be treated. So I order some, and definitely I appreciate anybody that orders for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. Where are you located at? Oh, it's funny because like all my family's from the Quad Cities, Chicago, Springfield, Milwaukee, East St. Louis. So I send a lot of Seamoss up that way. When I say I send a lot of Seamoss, like people are crazy right now because I have so much Seamoss in Iowa right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been turning Iowa out with Seamoss. Like that's like been my stomping ground lately as far as my promotion. Because everybody knows me in Iowa.
So Kenny wants so Najid said Midwest love, and then Candy's like, can we talk about FDA label information, barcodes? What are right for business when white labeling? You know a lot about barcodes.
Yeah, so barcodes. Matter of fact, I'll actually put the website on here in just a second. I gotta go to my website. So I don't give you the wrong one. But yeah, barcodes I go to. GS1 codes, they're really good as far as if you actually get them remote. Like I always tell people, like once you start getting to the point where you actually wanted a lot of products, yes, there we go, GS1. Where you want to do a lot of products, you're definitely going to want to get your barcodes set up just so they can track you and track everything for you. Now, let me see what else was there. FDA label information. It's really not FDA that you're really getting your label information for. I would always suggest that if you're actually making gel or anything of that nature, that you do start to look at as far as FDA regulations. I don't make gel, and so I haven't had that experience with the FDA that some people have. I'm just going to be honest with you. I know that they're probably going to start getting a lot stricter as far as what they're wanting. Now, I do know one thing as far as it kind of varies from state to state on how FDA regulates. They're always going to look to see as far as if the people that you have to get your Seamoss from, they have paperwork from pretty much where they got it from. That's a big thing. Sometimes they'll ask you for an FDA number. to go to like if you don't already have a facility that you're actually doing your gel out of, that's kind of like a kitchen. You're definitely going to want to go to a facility that's kind of like a shared kitchen, a commercial kitchen, so you can actually just do your gel out of. And it's really just for FDA regulations. So if they come down on you, you're actually secure about it. Let me see what else was the question.
Those commercial kitchens, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not really that expensive.
No, like you can find some for like a couple $100, and really the thing is that you can tell them exactly what you're using it for. Like, I don't need that much time and space in it. I just need your address. Another thing is that I've seen with FDA, as far as my research with FDA, is that a lot of times we don't use the right. I would say lids. It's not the containers that we're using. Like, if you're using mason jars, then you're fine because you're actually using metal lids. But if you're actually going to somewhere like Uline to get your jars, a lot of times we go the simple route and get the plastic ones. The plastic ones are meant for food storage. So, with that being said, that you're definitely going to want to use metal containers, that actually metal lids for your jars, and that's actually considered food storage jars. That's one thing I did actually really pick up on. They say, what about storage as far as how to store? Okay, so if you're talking about gel is storage-wise, it's going to be a month. If you're actually just making regular gel, if you're actually doing fruit infused, I would say, just to be safe, 4 to 5 days, just to make sure that you're not going over a certain period. And then, not to mention, a lot of times it's based on the fruit that you're using as well.
Yeah.
FDA really doesn't have regulations on that, but they do have regulations on how you actually make your gel. Like, I do know that there are a lot of people that I know that have to make the gel. Like, they actually have to boil it to a certain point. Like, they do have to pasteurize it, or it's not, like, they're not considered conducive to FDA regulations. So it's like, you have to store it where you make the gel. Not necessarily you have to store it where you make it. A lot of times with a lot of people that I've been actually dealing with, like, they'll make it, I don't really want to say it, but they'll make it at their own facility, and they'll take it there. A lot of people will make it at that facility, at the shared kitchen, and they kind of make it to order. So they don't really actually keep a lot stored, so to speak.
If it was me, I would make up a lot, like big batches, and I would freeze them and just keep them frozen all the time, and then pull them out when I need them. And then that's when I would even almost do like a batch date made, and then a date thawed, and then the date expiry or whatever.
See, and this is why I tell people as well is that, and this is another reason why I didn't get into gel, is because gel's a whole nother different beast. And there's a reason why you actually make so much money off of gel, because you're going to have to do a lot of stuff to make sure that you're under regulation after a certain period of time, especially if you're actually trying to get into stores. Okay, so when you're white labeling, all right, so I don't white label, like, I can't tell you as far as white labeling gel, so to speak. However, white labeling, like my powders and things of that nature, they haven't given me an FDA regulation as far as how to do powders. Like, I know I know right now that I'm actually in the process of doing the facility. I have to have a safe facility to do it at. They actually really haven't got onto me because I actually was in a major warehouse, but that warehouse wasn't conducive to how I really wanted to operate my powder situation. So as we get the new warehouse, they haven't been on to me about as far as my facility yet. But I know that sooner or later down the line, it's coming because the bigger that we get, right now I kind of do a lot of my powders as far as in-house people that I've been dealing with for a long time. So we're all growing together, truth. And so it's not been a major issue. But I think I actually been contacting you about this. Certain people will ask me throughout the day, hey, do you have this? Or like, this is the first time somebody's even called me, and I actually go on the FDA website all the time to look for information just to make sure I'm under regulation. If I have to change anything or like really to be honest with you, the first person I will probably hire is somebody that actually deals with nothing but regulations. Like that's their whole thing. They know FDA front and back. Like they know who to contact. They know who to call. Yeah, I would definitely. That's the first person I would deal with. Now, what is the full spectrum versus the regular powder? It's really full spectrum, multicolored Seamoss, in a powder form. Like I love the multi powder. I would be honest with you, that stuff is amazing. It has no taste to it. The regular powder is just gold powder. It's just the different colors that you can get as far as Seamoss wise. With the different colors you get, you kind of get different, and kind of history different. And one thing I will tell you, like, as much as I love gold and multi, like, right now, I would actually be trying to sell a lot of green Seamoss and green Seamoss powder right now. Reason why is it's summer coming up. Women are trying to, trying to get their summer bodies.
Yes.
But they're trying to get their summer body. If you want to detox and cleanse your body, that green is on a whole nother level. Like it cleans you out. Every time I take green powder, I'm getting cleaned out. It's like anything extra in my body. If I want to lose a quick 3 to 5 pounds, green Seamoss, I'll lose it in like a couple days.
Oh yeah.
Anything like I see my stomach start like I'm not that big anyway. So when I take green Seamoss, it goes like my stomach will get flat. I start seeing abs, like super abs, all that good stuff that we like to look down and see. Man, I love them. Okay, so I actually use gold powder. I use that on almost all products that I make. I take multi just by itself. Like I can put multi in juice or anything of that nature, and it works wonderful.
I tried to get back in July, and you were still there, plus experiencing a hurricane. What is green? Green Seamoss.
Okay, so green Seamoss is really it's basically it's just green. It's actually high in chlorophyll, so it's pretty much just like how anything that's green is gonna kind of clean you out, and it kind of does the exact same thing. But one thing about Seamoss that actually is spectacular, and this is the reason why I love Seamoss, is that it goes directly to your gut and it starts to regulate your gut. Now, once you add green Seamoss to it, it's a super gut regulator. Like it's clearing your gut. So I would always, if there was something that I was like, I got detox and cleanse, I'm going to start off with green. And then once I start off with green, I'm going to gradually go to gold. And then the gold is just going to regulate my gut from here on out. But I would always start with like a good couple of weeks of green. Oh, yes, the green Seamoss. Hold on. I have some downstairs. I'm going to go get some for you. So, yeah, I love the green Seamoss. Uh-oh.
Oh, you know what I'm been seeing come out soon too? Speaking about colored Seamoss, is pink. I think you're gonna start seeing pink Seamoss soon.
Yes, that's what I'm waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
I've been fulfilling a lot of people's Seamoss. So this is green, and it really is super dark green. I love the super dark green. Like you can barely tell. Like I would have to put an extra light on it. But it is, when I say it is green, it is.
But does she think we're not serious? Yeah, man, this is green Seamoss. We're not.
No, this is green.
When she says y'all putting me on, that means like she's acting. Are we messing with her, right?
No, we're not messing with you. This is green. Okay, so to kind of break it down to you, purple I consider medicine. Like if you want to really, really kind of protect yourself, you know that you're actually getting sick or something of that nature, purple's the rock to go.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to cleanse yourself and detox, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
Now the pink Seamoss is what somebody turned me on to this week. The pink Seamoss is something that I actually definitely want to see, definitely want to try. And just so we kind of understand what pink Seamoss is one of those situations where I think it's kind of, all right, so the reason why I like multi is because it gives you a little bit of everything tied up in one.
Mm-hmm.
And with it giving you everything tied up in one, like the purple that's in multi typically is the dark purple. It's a purple that started to turn shades, and when it turns shades, it can't be categorized as purple anymore because people are gonna get mad when it's not super purple.
Yeah.
So they put in the pile. They do the exact same thing with green. They do the exact same thing, and they put a little bit of gold in there. So that's what multi really is. And so they combine all three in one. Now, I'm believing what pink is going to be typically is going to be the purple that changed colors. So that is, and the reason why it changed colors is because of the drying technique. So it may lose a little bit of color while it's drying. However, it still is. I think it's wonderful.
So
because I don't really like the purple like that as far as an everyday situation.
Mm-hmm.
So with me not liking the purple like it's an everyday situation, the pink is something I would probably go to before I go to purple.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot more milder than the traditional purple. But how they get it is because when the weather changes, like right now, you can't make purple. No Seamoss that's coming out of the water. I don't see no Seamoss, but most of the Seamoss that's coming out of the water is not. It's too light, and you can't make purple. So that's where the pink's coming from. It's almost like it's the same Seamoss that would have been purple, but because it's too light, because of the weather, it goes pink instead of purple. Sometimes though you'll get that where the purple didn't go turn purple and that it ended up being pink. Yeah.
Man, my house is a party house for kids right about now. I'm looking like every room I go to, there's kids. I'm like, man, I forgot it's spring break.
I was gonna ask you, is you're still on spring break there?
Yes, we're still on spring break, and so all my kids are running around. You know, they don't know what time to go to sleep.
Yeah.
And we allow it.
Yeah.
Seamoss baby.
I had to find it.
All the thing to do is go to sleep while your truck hits bumps and shit.
Oh, you in South Carolina, North Carolina? Yeah.
Oh, so someone else is driving.
Yeah.
Because I remember you said you're not driving, but I thought that you meant like I'm not driving because I'm not moving. But you're like you got someone driving for you. That's cool. So you guys splitting the cost of the load or something like? Is that like the profits from the load? Is that how it works?
I'm not doing it that way. I don't want nothing to do with leasing none of that. I'm done with all of that. If I next truck I get, I'm buying.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you, I made some labels for a guy. Well, I didn't make them, but I had my pilot guy create them. Man, I'm kind of jealous, man. Like, okay, so this is one of my New Orleans people. This is one of my New Orleans guys. And so his label's so fire. Man, his labels are so nice. And man, boy, I just looked at his label. I was like, man, my label. This is the thing. I pick up my label guy because he's ready to drop. Like, he put people in the game. So yeah, anybody needs some labels, man. I wish there was a certain, like, I could just leave his link. I'm probably gonna try to leave his link in here. But like, when I say label game, something serious, and then one thing I like about it is that you don't really have to do anything. Like you just send them your logo, and you can send them the logo as well as barcode if you got barcode, and he'll create it out for that. Like that's all you need because all the other information pretty much is like my information.
And yeah, you just go with that and just copy it over in a sense.
Exactly. Like the same format. You might want to change a few things. Like, cause so one thing I did a long time, like about a year ago, is I actually had him do about 5 or 6 different templates for labels. So he just has like 5 different templates that he can just go to and he like sends them to you. Okay, which one you like? And people kind of like, oh, I like this one. I like this one. And that's really how we kind of started it off. Like, okay. And really what it was is that it was more of, I know that I'm going to start getting into as far as white label and helping people out as far as business because I'm a wholesaler. So I understand that my job is to help my people that actually purchase from me make their life easy. And one thing that makes their life easy is when they get them labels, and especially right now, and like this is where I got a price in the email blast out to people is it's vending season. Like, and I've seen a couple people talk about, they sold out. Like they went to the vending function, they sold out. I'm like, man, like I feel you selling out. I said, but that means we need to get you more product.
Yeah.
Like that means you need more stuff on your table. Like what we need to do. Like if you sold out what you just had, let's go ahead and put some more stuff on the table, see if you can sell out that.
Yeah, different varieties.
Yeah, that's what it really is. Like this is the season. Like right now, from like middle April, starting May to August, September, is where people that are in Seamoss really get to show their stuff. Go to all these vending events and be outside and selling to all these people that are going to these farmers markets and things like that. Like this is where you really make your mark as far as where you are, as far as in your city.
That's true.
Like, it's good that you have people that are buying from you that are from different areas as far as different states. However, when you get that local market, and and I always tell people that like gel is cool for a lot of people, but some people don't like gel.
Yeah, what do you do then?
So what's the alternative for them? Like, are you gonna give them alternative? And then some people don't. And this is another big thing that a lot of people don't understand is that most people will put it on their body before they put it in their mouth, and that's just it's just how it kind of goes. It's like, so if you can give them a body butter or a lotion or soap or something of that nature, and they're seeing that it's kind of working wonders on their skin and how they're feeling with their skin, and even lotion and putting in their hair and how it helps their hair, they're going to, now it's like, okay, well, I see what the benefits is. Okay, so then they'll start taking it. Even when we're talking about, I think we talked Sunday about alopecia.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that, like, that's been just crazy on my brain. Like, okay, we got to make some stuff for this alopecia situation and see if we can start getting this hair to grow back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, start coming up with tonics to start getting the hair to grow back and things of that nature. And once you start doing that, then you got a whole nother group of people that are willing to try your product. And then the gel is easier to sell after that.
Mm-hmm. Whole new market, and it's almost like you could double up your potential income because you're now selling to, the same person two different products.
And wouldn't you rather just have somebody else do it for you? Like, that's like, wouldn't you just rather have somebody do it for you so you don't have to do it? The only thing you have to do is just get out there and sell.
Yeah, but it also reduces a lot of repeat expenses. Like earlier today, I had a meeting with these guys, this family, beautiful family from St. Vincent, and they're trying to grow the industry, the Seamoss industry for them in the thing. And we had a call about. We were talking about the what was it? Just how to get the product into the foreign buyers market's hands. And one of the things we kind of discussed is that there's all these small little middlemen that are taking the Seamoss from the farmers and trying to build their own business and stuff like that. And they're all spending the same fees. And wouldn't it be easier if you could have one company that could come in and just handle just the shipping part, just the, like, you give it to this
logistics of it. Like, the logistics on getting it. Like, you just need somebody to get into the States and have it where you actually have one central location, and then it's dispersed out from there.
Yeah.
And so, you know me, like, this is the thing is that I'm all for that. That's really what I think a lot of things should be like. Mm-hmm. That's really what my whole mission as far as when I first started Seamoss is. Like, that was the mission. Like, okay, if y'all get over here, just tell me where to send it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, tell me once it's here. Like, I'll work on making sure it gets here. Like, I'll get customs. Like, I love dealing with customs. Like, my customs agent is phenomenal. So I love dealing with customs. Okay, once we get it here, like, just like, okay, you got your people, like, and you know how much Seamoss you got here. Tell me where you want your Seamoss to go. Mm-hmm. I'll take my cut, but I'll make sure everybody else's Seamoss gets to where they are. And I'm not worried about as far as I'm not a greedy person. Like,
no.
The only thing I want to do is get to the big places where it needs to be at.
Yeah.
And so people can get their, what I call people get their medicine. Like, and that's the bottom line. Like, a lot of people already have their customers, but they're getting their customers, but they're actually having issues with getting it here. Mm-hmm. in a fashion where it's like, okay, we're making money now. I think that's a big thing is that once you get that central location, I'm like, Atlanta's the hub to everything. Mm-hmm. Like, and truly, when you talk about the South on the East Coast, Atlanta's the hub.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a connecting area.
Yeah, like that's where everything like centered in Atlanta for a lot of major businesses. Mm-hmm. So it just spreads out from there. That's the mind frame. And then once you get a hub like Atlanta, then you go to some place like Chicago that's in the Midwest that you can that can disperse as well. Mm-hmm. And then you get somewhere in some somewhere on the West Coast, that's a good place to disperse. Like you may even go to Texas, and Texas takes care of it because they can get it to the West Coast in a timely fashion. Or you just go to California. And I don't really like California because just everything's so expensive in California.
It's so expensive.
But like it may be better to do like somewhere like Vegas and have a place like Vegas where you actually turn that into a hub and you get everything out because planes are always flying out of Vegas.
Yeah.
And then you find somewhere in like after a while you find somewhere up in Northeast, and that's another destination.
Yeah.
And now you have different sections. So like my whole mind frame when I came in is that I want to compete with Amazon when it comes to Seamoss. Like that. Like I never looked at anybody that sold Seamoss as my competitor. I looked at Amazon as being my competitor.
Yeah.
Because I'm about logistics. I'm about getting it to you in a timely manner. I know we got the best product. It's this okay? How can I get it to you like Amazon is getting it to you? Because when people get comfortable, guess what? They just go to Amazon and say, "I'll just go to Amazon," because they know they can get it in a day.
Yeah, and then get there, and they know what they expect. And if there's a problem, someone will be there to fix it. Yeah.
Exactly. So once you start getting to that point where, like just like Amazon, you place your order and you see that it's about to be delivered just like that. Like that's my whole mind. Okay, so once we get this product down to where we're actually delivering it out just as quick as what you're getting from Amazon, then guess what? We head on over to another product. Okay, so what's the next product that we got? Or you start doing more and more Seamoss products. And so now you have a whole line of Seamoss products that you have in all these different locations. Once you have these products in all these different locations, people can get them quick. Now you go into, all right, let's go to Moringa. And we get into Moringa. Once we get into Moringa, then we go into something else. And so you just keep on building from there. That's still the goal. That's still the mission. I just had to get with a better group. You know what I'm saying? So we can make that. So we can get that possible.
We're gonna turn up the heat on that shit.
Yeah, I don't think people see my vision when I first started. Like, okay, so like it's more like people wanted to compete with me, or people were trying to catch me. I'm like, okay, I don't mind you catch me. Matter of fact, you can surpass me. This is what I'm trying to do. If you're actually like I would get 1,000 pounds and somebody would try to get 1,500 pounds.
Yeah.
I understand that because guess what? I'm from the Midwest. I'm from Iowa. I shouldn't be like for a lot of people. Mind frame is I shouldn't be the one that's bringing in and handling this much Seamoss. I'm not from the islands. However, I'm a hustler.
Yeah, you know what I'm
I'm
moving.
on a different level when it comes to hustling. I'm on a different vision when it comes to us getting to a certain place and coming together. Like I don't want to be that person that's just at the top of the totem pole by itself. I want to have 20 of us at the top. And then we start spreading out from there. Like that's the major focus. It's like, okay, like I'm not coming up if the people around me ain't coming up. Like so I always looked at everything, and this is a crazy thing as well, is that I know I was doing the right thing because there are a lot of people that I was selling to are major players in the game.
Yeah, they moved
You know
up.
what I'm saying? So that's what I know. I'm like, okay. And I won't talk about it. There's a lot of people that came from under me that I'm showing game to that are actually doing major things. Like doing really major things. And guess what? I'm going to keep on doing the exact same thing. I'm going to build you up to a point where you need 200, 300 pounds. Then I'm going to walk you to the club. Like, hey, no, this is what you on a different totem pole right now. Let's go ahead and like you don't need me now, or you don't need to go through me now. Let's go ahead and send you over to where you need to be at, so you can really start building. And then let me go ahead and show you how to do this custom thing. So if you really need to do the custom thing by yourself, you are in that fashion that you can do it now. Like, this is the next step that you need to, but let me walk you through it so you don't have to go through the same things that I had to go through. Like, that's the main thing. I had to go through a lot of stuff. Like, I had to take a lot of losses just so I can say, hey, this is what you're supposed to do and this is what you're not supposed to do.
Yeah.
Like, this is what good Seamoss is and this is what bad Seamoss is.
Yeah, that's
like, these are certain things, and I'm cool with taking them L because I feel so good when I see the people that I was selling to come up. I'm like, okay, you right where I'm at now. Cool. All right, now let's go ahead. How can we get somebody else? How can we build somebody else up to that point? And that's the major focus. And I'm still on that. I'm still building my people up to where I know what they're gonna start doing. Like, and this is the season for it.
Those big moves are gonna happen. Trust me. I can't wait. I'm excited to see. Even just expand into other products too. Did I tell you about the breadfruit granola or the sweet potato breadfruit granola?
Yes, you showed me that
the website.
Yes, and I need to I was talking to the person about that. Yeah, that's like one of those items that I need to put on the website. I was actually doing a partnership with a health food store that's down here, and I actually got to go back to that health food store because they've been calling me like crazy. Because I've been doing my own health food store, and so, but they have a physical location.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna work out something to where, I'm gonna help them build their health food store because it's an older Black gentleman, and that's the reason why I kind of got into it because his store was a little bit different. Like as far like how you have those old health food stores that you go in there and the person just kind of sits behind the counter and they may know a little bit, but they don't. Like, I'm trying to go take his whole health food store to a whole nother level because, I would go in there and I would sit because he was selling my Seamoss and people start asking me about stuff. And so I'd be like, oh no, this is doing this and this is doing this. And he's like, Rick, are you good? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, how much money we can make in this health food store? Like, how much I just want to sit there and do videos all day long.
Yeah.
So now you put me in a place where I can sit there and study all day long, and once I can sit there and study all day long, I'll be on lives and I'll be, hey man, we got this right here. But my whole thing, and this was the crazy part about it, I think what he was actually what he was really looking at is that I told him, I was like, man, every product in here we can produce ourselves. Like, that's the big thing. I'm like, why is it your label on every product? Like, you see this, we can get this and we can sell it and we can make the exact same instead of going through somebody. And I said, why aren't we doing all this ourselves? Like, that's the thing is that, and then once you see a store that's doing it, you're like, okay, well, let's go ahead and do it to another store. Once we get the formula down where I can show, okay, well, we can make this product, we can make all these different products in the store. So let's go do a health store in North Carolina real quick. And then do the exact same thing. You got your logo on there. And so now it's your logo selling all this stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and do this in Chicago. It's like
almost like a blueprint.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. It's not like it's the same label that's on the store that's in Atlanta. No, it's your label that you're doing. It's your products. So that's the biggest thing right now is that, okay, that's what we can do. That's where it should be headed. Like, Seamoss, like we say, Seamoss is the gateway herb.
Yeah.
Like it turned me on to so many other things. Well, now I have time to sit here and study moringa. I have time to sit here and study ashwagandha. I have time to sit here and study babande. All these different things, maca root, nettle leaf, all these things that do amazing things for you. now I'm sitting here studying like, okay, so I can make this. And then the best part about it is that, you know, once you get to a certain point, then you go find the best distributor. You go find the people that have it in these certain countries, and you start to form different business partnerships with different countries. Now you eliminate a lot of middlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Like the same people that you get your stuff from is the same people that you're gonna go to. Like you can be like, hey, I'm about to go to Brazil and see what they got in Brazil that we can kind of import back in. And then I'm about to go to Chile. Let me go to Chile. Let me go to Africa. Let me see what imports I can get from Africa real quick. Mm-hmm. And then that's how you really start building.
And you just have this like menu, like exotic stuff.
Exactly. And then you just keep on adding to it. You can keep on adding to it. Now you got all these stores across the country that you really don't even have to sell to. They're part of what you call like a conglomerate. Like you got a whole bunch of people that you got in the club that as soon as you bring the product in, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I need 20 pounds of this. I need 20, and like so now you just got a warehouse full of stuff that people are coming with. Mm-hmm. And man, I get excited just talking about it.
Yeah, it would be beautiful if we could continue, like once we put that all together, because it can happen, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's definitely happening. It's definitely like I see it. I'm just gonna say, like when people start to try to stop it and slow it down for you, then I know that we're doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we're headed in the right direction.
So you know what this is? This is the super dried. Sorry to cut you off when you talk, but this is the super dried Seamoss soaked. When we started the live stream, I put this in to kind of soak a bit. I didn't even wash it; just dropped it in some water, and I want to show people. Like a lot of people ask me, "Oh, why are you selling it for so cheap?" and blah blah blah. But it's only because it's so dry and brittle that, and I mean, you don't get it in here. But you'll sometimes get a lot of these little. Let me pick it up here.
You got a hard piece.
Not a hard piece, but just small bits. Like you'll get a lot of these bits, in it because they break off. But like if you're making gel, it's probably easier to have those bits like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I love for making products. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, so what I'm kind of explaining to people is that if you if you're selling raw, I understand why you best looking Seamoss. Mm-hmm. Because you know what I'm saying, like we base a lot of things on this. And so with that being said, is that you want the best looking Seamoss. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're making products, you want the best thing that you can make as far as yield wise. Like, okay, so I know with the super brittle is pretty much dry as you can possibly get. So 8 ounces looks like a lot. Like, so I'm bagging up today, and I got the bag where they're supposed to fit 3 pounds.
Yeah.
It was I had to punch it down so hard today just to get the 3 pounds. And I'm telling you, I had my gloves on. I got my gloves on. I'm sitting there, and I'm talking about like I'm having a hard time just fastening up the bag.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta put pressure on it.
Man, I'm putting super amounts of pressure on it. Like okay, so it was like it's gonna be when I was having trouble with 2.5 pounds. I was like, okay, because I'll do 10 pounds. I'll just do 2.5 in every bag. Mm-hmm. And I'll just send them out that way. Oh, so man. I'm putting pressure. Like, okay, I'm doing 2.5 pounders. So I'm after a while, I'll set it on the scale, and it'd be like 2.16. I'm like, oh shit, like man. And so I'm pushing it down even more. I'm like, okay, I gotta get almost like a whole half in here. So, I grab it, put it in there. I'm like, And I'm like, man, 2.5 pounds is barely getting in here. I'm like, so
I'm gonna do 5.
I get to my 3-pound bags. I got like 2 or 3 of them. Man, I was struggling.
Oh shit!
Like when I say I was struggling, man, I almost had to put my elbow in one.
Just to hammer it down.
Yeah, like, but like it's a beautiful thing because when they take it out and they start to make their products, they're like, man,
It's like
that
what?
yield comes back. Like you know what I'm saying? That will come back. They go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got so much out of that. I know. I know. That's what.
I know that feeling.
I know what I'm giving you. I know, like now, that's the best part about it because I'm loving this situation because I'm able to, like, it looks good and it's super dry.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you get that fine point where it looks good and it's super dry, oh man,
yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to go away from that.
Hey,
I'm talking. I should let anybody else want to ask me a question. I'll just keep on talking like all night.
You remember we were talking? I don't know if I can zoom in. Yes, I can.
Oh, the coconut oil.
Yeah, it's done. So it looks really nice, eh?
Yes. You know what? And that's another thing. Like when I started seeing them, like, man, if they wanted to send them down some bottles, I'll send them down some bottles.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have to improvise.
No, these ones they just went out. I told them to go buy these bottles because they're smaller and they're easier, and so I plan to bring these up and give them out as gifts and stuff like that. So
the coconut oil, that's
that
raw.
That's the real deal, bro. Like my friend handmade, like went in, picked the coconut, grated the coconut. You know what I mean? Boiled the coconut and all of that. Like, yeah,
See,
man.
yeah, I seen a guy, and I'm thinking that might have been the same person that you're talking about. That he looked like a younger guy too. That was selling it. Like I was like, oh, this is the same product.
Yeah, a lot of them do it. Like a lot of people make it. Even like they'll generally make it for themselves. But I think how I got it was that I think he showed it to me. He was making for himself, and then I was like, "Well, how much for one of those bottles?" And he's like, "Oh, like $40 or something like that EC, which is like $20 Canadian." And it was like a big ball. So I was like, "Well, how many smaller bottles, can I make with those?" And he told me, and then we worked out a price, and I was like, "Okay, just do them up and send them to my buddy." And so I think he's gonna make. It probably works out to be like 150 US or around that, because I think we worked at a price 500 for all those. And that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, it was like $5 or $10 EC a bottle. So.
Oh, okay. So I seen somebody that. Okay, so I actually had this person that used to pack for me, right? And she's actually on right now. I think I might have talked about her a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
That she ended up. She's now a dancer. Like she's like probably one of the best dancers I've probably seen as far as like dance hall dancing and really,
like dance hall queen.
Shout out to Kim. She was actually probably one of my first packers that I had that would pack Seamoss for me. Amazing person. She actually came to me during like COVID and she was phenomenal. So shout out to Peace with Kim. If you guys are actually looking and she's on there, go to her IG. It's Peace with Kim. Phenomenal as far as when it comes to dancing and dance hall, and she's doing her thing. So shout out to Kim. And then I just see Alkaline Road from Alabama stepped in too. So shout out to Alkaline Road. That's my homeboy.
Oh,
that's
nice.
My guy.
Alkaline Road. Yeah, man. Thanks for joining us. I'm just like, while we're talking, I'm like going on watching out. Have you done any TikTok ads yet?
No, I've been so busy. Like I was doing that project that I was doing for the last week with the Congress. So he sent me some more to do. So I'm actually finished finishing it up. So I've been kind of, and then my kids were in town, and so I'm daddy. So,
Yeah.
So I've been on some daddy all week long, which has been great. And so I haven't did any TikToks. I think like my daughter did some TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure she did any Seamoss TikToks, but I seen her doing TikToks.
Nice.
But I haven't been able. And this is the funny thing is that, you know what? Like I used to have a TikTok account, and then I don't know what happened to it. So the last time I did a TikTok, it's like it's on an account that has nothing on it. Like and so I have to create a whole nother TikTok situation. But I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it to a business account because they don't allow you to do a lot when you do it on a business account.
True.
Like they kind of stipend as far as the music that you use, and that's the same way with reels. Like if you're actually trying to do a reel, like as far as IG, you're trying to do a reel with your business account, you can't get none of the music that you want.
No.
That you got. So I actually do my reels on a regular account, and then I'll repost them on my business account.
Never thought about doing that, reposting. I should get one where it's a regular, so you can use the music. What I do sometimes is I go watch the reels, and I wait till I see a song that I like, and then I'll save that reel, the music from that reel.
So let me ask you a question. So when you do that, do they allow you to, like, even if it's a popular song, do they allow you to use it as far as?
Not if it's a popular song.
That's what I always like to use. Like all the songs that's on the playlist, I can't use none of them. So I'll go to my regular reel and I'll do it on my regular reel, and then I'll post it on. Like I'll post it, and then I got this app on my phone that's called Repost.
Yeah.
And so it allows you to repost IGs. So like I can sit there and copy the link, and when I copy a link, it allows me to just repost it to where I want to repost it. So I've been doing a lot of that, but I didn't do no reels, and I actually like if you look at, I got the lights right there and everything, so I'm supposed to do them.
The rings, everything.
Yeah, like I got a ring underneath the table there. Like you can look at I still got some. I gotta still do a little bit of work tonight, so I'll be up all night. It'll be an all nighter.
I know. All those pills is crazy. I got to get up early tomorrow and get it to the warehouse. I also have to fix my car. The tire has been I don't know how I got a hole in the tire. The tire's worn or something like that. The guy said I had to replace it, but I've just been so busy, haven't bothered to, take the car, bring it in, to get a new tire. So
that just kind of messes up the whole entire flow of everything that's going on. It's like, man, I don't have time. Like, that's why I said I gotta go get my brakes done. I'm like, man, I don't have time to get my brakes done. Like, I got too much I gotta do. Like, that's like a whole day.
Yeah.
That I'm not able. Man, come on, not right now. I'm on fire right now. Like I'm lit right now. What are you talking about? Give up a day. Like that. Like somebody asked me, "What you doing for spring break?" I'm working. Like I work 7 days a week. What do you think?
Yeah,
man. I don't know a day off. Like Crystal don't even like me on vacation no way because I don't vacation. I work.
You just
I work remotely. Like I don't know how to rest. I don't know that right now. Like I'm off Seamoss and I'm off Seamoss and Moringa and I'm just going.
Boom.
Like I'm going all day long. Like I don't even like to sleep. I tell you. I don't like to sleep. We say I crash. I don't sleep, I crash.
You just like hit the wall.
Yeah. And then so this is the crazy thing is that's how she makes reels of me crashing. Like she got videos of me crashing. Like I'm like, really? This is what you gonna post to me? Like when
they're funny. I have
like, when I can't take it no more, I just pass out. She's like, oh, this is the perfect time for me to go ahead and take a video of it.
Yeah, sleeping beauty. But
I'm like, bro, She did me in. And then she posted it without me knowing. I was like, wow.
But hey, let it be the flip side. I see you on the street. Like if you posted her sleeping and put it online without her permission, hell no.
Oh man, nah, that's.
You just know better.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking about that. I don't even want to talk about this situation because I'm gonna get in trouble if she watches it live.
Yeah, and says, "Oh,
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about how she sleeps. Like I never get to. Yeah, I'd be. But yeah, I know my boundaries.
Yeah, you gotta watch that. The boundaries. These things are. I always get so hungry late at night. I want to start snacking.
I started doing that until I started like, you know what? And that's another thing Seamoss did for me. Like I'll take 2 capsules. Well, what did I take today? I was on the maca and nail leaf and Seamoss capsules today.
The what?
So my Seamoss, maca root, and nail leaf. So I took a couple of those capsules today. That was my blend for the day that I took. I created some, like I have some Seamoss and moringa capsules that I'm supposed to bring out, but I still have it. I took those yesterday. That's probably why I'm still amped up. Because I took those late last night, and I had a problem going to sleep.
I can imagine.
Like I had a problem going to sleep because, and okay, so this is another thing. You know me, it's late, and so I'm very transparent. Like ever since I stopped smoking weed, I actually like my dreams have been so vivid.
That's crazy.
Like that's one thing I say about like I've smoked about 25 years straight, and so like when I say that I can't remember a lot of dreams I have, like I don't remember dreaming. Like I don't remember as far as just saying, oh yeah, I dreamed about this. I dreamed like no, I don't remember nothing like that because I'm probably my pride. I've been so foggy that I haven't been able to kind of
remember it or even do it. But that makes me wonder, like, have you've been missing out on opportunities because you weren't able to dream?
That's like my dreams are so vivid, like I'm seeing things. Like when I say I'm seeing things like as far as what I shouldn't be doing and what I should be doing. Like there's certain things that pop up and it's like ooh, and it's like how people say, yeah, I see things in my dreams and I know what like it's getting ill. And so my dreams right now, like that's why I don't understand as far as like even when I go to sleep, I don't really sleep. It don't feel like sleep because like my dreams are so.
It's like you're awake in your sleep.
Like okay, so this is another thing. It's like my kids will actually. Like my son, he's still young, so I'll hear him crying. And if I'm tired, I just incorporate it. Like it gets incorporated into my dream.
That's crazy.
And so it's like, I'm on a whole nother level right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like as far as I'm like, man, I should have stopped smoking a long time ago.
Yeah. Open up some doors for you.
Well, let me say this: I should have stopped smoking all the time a long time ago. Like I understand people that smoke, and I just say now that I kind of realize because I probably have to stop smoking because I'm not the one that smoke a blunt and then think that I'm just going to smoke one blunt. And so it's best for me to just stop altogether and say, you know what, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm good. Cold turkey.
I'm good. And that's the funny thing I did at cold turkey.
I know.
I got to think, you know what I got to talk to you about that. I got to talk to Kenyon about that because he don't even, like, I haven't had that conversation with him yet to say, hey, bro, you know the conversation that we had? Like, I ain't really smoked ever since.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So that's crazy.
That's inspiring.
Yeah. Then we had a conversation, and then it's like, you know what? I can stop smoking too.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that's a competitor in me. When somebody said they can do something, I'm like, man, I can do that too.
I'm like that.
Like you say you can stop smoking, man. I can stop smoking too.
Yeah.
I'm like, watch me, watch what I do, and yeah. And that's what it was when you said, man, yeah, I stopped smoking. I was doing this, and I stopped smoking cold turkey. I'm like, really?
You can do that?
I can do that. Like, and I'm kind of proud of myself because I stopped cold turkey.
You should be, man. That's not easy to do. You know what I mean? Really, but that shows the level of discipline in your mind. Then when you decide to,
This is another thing though, because I would feel like a hypocrite though. Like on certain things, I would feel kind of hypocritical because I'm sitting here smoking blunts, and I'm talking about Seamoss, and I'm like, man, well, this is like, how you say this is my Achilles heel. That I can talk about all this other stuff, but hey, I sit here and smoke blunts every day. Like I can't smoke a joint.
Yeah.
Because the joint don't do nothing for me, so I know. I got an expensive tobacco addiction.
Wow.
So that was the major part about it. Is like, I think if I would smoke joints, it would have been a little bit different. I probably wouldn't have stopped, but I can't. I be honest with you, I can't smoke joints. Like it don't really it was okay, but it really wasn't doing that much for me.
It wasn't the same.
It wasn't the same. So I understand. Only thing I gotta do is pretty much. I have those conversations with myself. I'm like, bro, man, you got an expensive tobacco high. Like that's all that is. Like you are off the tobacco. You smoke expensive tobacco.
Well, that's what blunts are, almost. You know what I mean?
That's really what it is.
Like cigars.
And that's why I be looking at people. This is the crazy thing is now I know that I'm getting older because I look at people that actually roll backwoods and they got so much weed in the backwood. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm like, how's that? What's that doing for you?
Yeah, that's so much.
That's a lot.
Yeah, after a certain point.
I be looking through, they young jokers, so it's more of I can outsmoke you type of situation, and I'm a big chiefer, and you know what I think weed is right now is it's a form of I got money.
Social status, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a social status. Like, okay, so I can smoke this major strain that costs $400 an ounce, and I'm smoking 2.5 to 3 grams in one blunt. Some putting 5 grams in a blunt.
What?
Yes.
That's so wasteful. I said that's so wasteful. 5 grams? Like really?
Yes, I'm telling you, man. You'll see them just and they're taking and it's a whole boy. I be looking like I don't smoke with them.
No.
I never smoked with them. I was I'm like, man, I used to be, man, let me just roll my, I was an old man smoking after a while. Let me just roll my regular size blunt. You know what I'm saying? I can't go real. I'm not smoking through. First of all, I got 6 kids. My money can't go to.
Not worth it.
My money can't go to that. I have to start realizing, hey, that's some shoes.
It's like almost an ounce a day.
That's an outfit. That's groceries. That's a whole bunch of stuff. And I started looking man, nah, I can't do that no more.
That's crazy.
Like, I was just happy that shoot, I'm so connected that I had to hook up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was always, like, I would get hooked up, and then I was like, well, shit, the hookup still is expensive when you smoke too much.
Yeah. No, like at that rate, you could only smoke 1 or maybe 2 joints a day, and that's still going to be like a half ounce.
Exactly. You know, that's exactly. I switched up. I was like, man, I'm just on Seamoss now.
Yeah.
Like, I just take my Seamoss. I pop a capsule.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you. I'm like, man, I feel a certain way, man. I just pop a capsule.
You're good to go.
I'm good to go.
Do the capsules, do you feel it right away, like with the gel? Not really, eh?
No. Like, it's kind of like, and this is what I always tell you about capsules is make sure you're drinking a lot of water. Because when you drink a lot of water, then the capsules start to kind of like it's
dissolves
like
quicker.
It's a different feeling. Like, I just say, like, when I do the gel, it's like immediate hits.
Mm-hmm.
But when I do the capsules, it's like it's like a time release.
Yeah.
It's like especially when I'm drinking water, I can feel it doing more every time I drink water. Mm-hmm. Every time I drink water, so I try to keep on drinking water with it, and that time release is wonderful, because then I start, like, I wanted to take a nap earlier, but I popped 2 capsules, and I couldn't. Like, I was like, man, I can't even take a nap, man, because like, only thing I wanted to do was drink water, and I would sit there, and then I was like, oh, I gotta do this. Yeah. Like, and I was like, oh, I gotta do this, and then it was like, and then I looked up and it was 8:30. I was like, I'm like, I don't know what time the live started tonight, so, you know. I said, so the nap is done. I said, I'm not napping. I said, like, let me go ahead and eat and get ready for this live.
So you know what's up. Why?
Yeah, so, and then I had somebody from Iowa call me, and that's why I wasn't on the live earlier, because they didn't want to get off the phone, because they were happy, because they were like, Rick, man, I did a podcast. I'm like, oh, you did a podcast? Yeah, man, they had me on a podcast, man. I'm talking about Seamoss and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, that's what's up. I'm like, okay, you doing a podcast? I'm like, yeah, man. He's like, shoot. Like, man, you know, so you, like, now it's like, man, Rick, you need to get some T-shirts, man. I need you to send me up some T-shirts. So, you know, so I'm like, all right, man, I'm going to make some T-shirts up for you. I'm gonna
get some merch.
Yeah, he's like, man, yeah, that's the only thing I was missing, man. I had the stuff on the table and everything, man, showing off the stuff. And then I was like, dang, I need a T-shirt.
Mm-hmm. So Kenny wants to know, how does the freeze-dried make you feel versus the burdock and bladder wrap capsules?
Well, okay, so there's a couple ways that I've done the freeze-dried. Now, freeze-dried by itself, like, if I actually take the powder, it's kind of quick. Like, it's a little bit, it kind of, like, when I actually, you know, I actually just put some powder in my mouth one time and did the freeze-dried, and that thing like did like a transformer situation on me.
I just swelled up right in your mouth, eh?
Yeah, I was like, you know how you do your show, I was like, oh, shit. And so, yeah, that happened with the freeze-dried. It's really clean. Like, this is what I say about freeze-dried Seamoss. It's very clean. The effects are really good. Like, the burdock and burdock root, what I say about the burdock root is that I can tell that that's actually cleansing my system as far as having to go to the bathroom and things of that nature. And the more water I take, the more I have to go to the bathroom. So I know it's releasing a lot of toxins that I may have. The freeze dried just really is I would say better as far as gut regulation, and I was actually using that for a while, and it was making sure I was going constantly. Like, I won't say constantly, but like, I would say every day at the same time, I would have to go. And so I knew that was working because it was regulating my body. Like, I don't use a clock. Like, if I go to sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm still gonna wake up at a certain time. It's like that's what I started looking at Seamoss for. And then a lot of people don't like to talk about the bedroom activity. My bedroom activity, you know, when you get to my age, you get an extra 10 to 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is the thing. It's not about the 10 to 20 minutes. It's how I can control myself.
That's true.
During that 10 to 20, during the whole entire time frame, it's like I have more control over my body. Like I can, it's like being in tune with yourself. And I just felt like I'd be so in tune with myself with Seamoss, and you know, I'd probably say I use freeze dry more than anything. That's like my go-to. I love freeze dry. And this is another thing though. The regular powder is not that much different than the freeze dry. Like you know, I've been having to kind of wrestle with that. I'm like, this regular ain't that bad.
Yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like I want to say, hey man, this is a big difference, and it's really not. It's like only thing I will say that's different is that freeze dry just feels so clean and feels so like it's like refreshing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's on a whole nother level. Like as far as just the powder itself, the regular Seamoss powder, like that I use with the bird eye glue and bladderwrack, it does what it's supposed to do. Like it really be truthful, because I'm about to make something in just a second. When it comes to product wise, I don't use the freeze dry for no products.
Yeah, just for consuming.
Yeah, I use the regular powder for products, and the products, like people go crazy over the products. Like that's what I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? Like I send it to scientists, you know what I'm saying, that work in a lab with this stuff. And they're asking me, bro, what did you do to this powder? I'm like, what do you mean by I did this powder? Like this powder is on a whole nother level. Like what? I'm like, nothing. I just made it the way I'm supposed to make it. You know, and you know me, I'm actually studying everybody else's powder, and yeah, I gotta say, like my powder is different. Like, and I don't like those big company powders. Like this is what I found out about the powder. The powder is kind of like a sand powder. Like that's what I
like a silica.
Yeah, it's like it's not all like you know how like I can look at the picture now like man see that's nothing clumping up. Like how does your powder clump up? Like it's not supposed to clump up. Like your powder is supposed to be smooth and y'all can go back and do research and really look at these pictures and things of that nature. And you can see how the powder's in a like a big pile and it's clumpy. And there's clumps like so either they're like it's got some water, some like they didn't completely dry it and they made powder out of it. Like I don't know. Yeah. Like you know, I still for debate. I'm like, okay, so this must have some sand in it or something. Like you know, and that's what it's like. Okay, so if it still has a little sand in it, I can understand why it's pumping up. Like, that's what sand does. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like when I started looking at powder, even that Congress Christmas powder that somebody showed online on the Bio Club, I was like, man, that ain't powder, that's flakes.
Yeah, it's like green and shit.
And then they look like the flakes that you can get out the store. It look like somebody just is really on some, and I don't even want to downplay what they were doing, but bro, I see those flakes like that's the red bucket flakes. That's what I call it. There's a little, I forget that Seamoss that you get off of Amazon, and you open up that red container, and it's the same flakes.
Well. How does the freeze dry make you feel? Oh, you already answered that question. I've seen someone post a Seamoss that looks like sand, but they were saying that that's the real sea.
so this is the thing, and let's just go into that. And this is, matter of fact, they're saying it's Irish moss. I have some Irish moss powder over here.
But I always like when people are like, "This is the real stuff." It's just like, oh, come on, man. Like,
so I've been doing, I don't do Congress Christmas, but I'm doing a project for somebody, and so I've been studying the Congress Christmas, and I understand when people say, "Well, yeah, you got different colors of Congress Christmas," but when you say Irish moss, like it's supposed to be Congress Christmas. Hold on.
mm-hmm.
And I haven't even, this is before I actually put it in my grind. So this is what Irish moss powder looks like.
Yeah.
You see that? Now, it does not look nowhere near, it's pretty much purple, but it don't look nowhere near like what you're seeing in the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't look like the sand Irish moss. It don't look like the tan Irish moss that you're seeing all the pictures show.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I look at when I say, okay, this is real Congress Christmas grounded into a powder.
Yeah.
So if it don't look like this, I'm not really. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time really saying that that's some real Irish moss. I know this is real Irish moss. Like, if we're actually to take Rory's, Rory Congress Christmas and turn it into a powder, it would kind of look more like this.
Yeah.
And so when I see that tan stuff, I don't agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay.
Why is it this color? Yeah.
Yeah, me, because I'm always asking that same question. Why is it this color? Unless you're getting some but you know what? I think you answered my question about a week or so ago when you kind of broke down, how a lot of the industrial Seamoss we don't see, even the fake Seamoss that they're making, we don't see it because it's going to strict people. But that low grade that nobody's buying for $3 or $4, you know what I'm saying? They're buying all of it up. And when they buy all of it up, then they're turning it into powder. And that's why they can sell it for $23 to $25.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's what they're actually using. That's the only way, because that's the only thing I can really see as far as price-wise. Price-wise doesn't make sense.
I'm in the Seamoss, but I learned I'm so new to it. I'm here to learn. Thank you for sharing your knowledge.
Oh, anytime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I always say study the people's powder. If it don't, what Congress Christmas look like, what certain, especially when they say Irish moss, people know what Irish moss really looks like. And when you see these pictures when somebody says they have Irish moss powder and it's tan,
that's Seamoss powder.
That's when you question, do your research, and they're not mentioning this is different. We'll buy that Seamoss powder quick because it's cheap. But at any time have they kind of showed you the process on how they're doing the powder? Are they willing to show you the process? Hey, can you show me the process of how you make your powder or how you get your powder? And they probably won't. That's the big thing, is that, I can show you my whole entire process.
Yeah.
I'll walk you through the whole entire process. But, these major corporations, because these are the questions that you really need to ask them. Okay, what's your process on making powder? What's your Seamoss look like before you actually turn it into powder? Does it look like that Jamaican Seamoss that was in the bag? Is that the Seamoss that you're using to make the powder?
Yeah, is that your Congress Christmas?
Yeah, that's what you're calling Conjure Christmas. Are you? And really, do you understand the difference between Irish moss? Like, you know, like I guess it was okay a few years ago when you were actually just were able to call everything Irish moss.
Yeah.
And get away with it, but now you can't do that anymore because the times is different. Like people are really into Seamoss, and so you have to be very specific about what you're giving people.
Yeah, you're going to cause a lot of confusion.
Exactly, and you just this Irish moss. Well, like then you say it's Irish moss from the Caribbean. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like it's just Seamoss. It's not Conjure Christmas. Conjure Christmas only grows in certain areas. We're seeing that it's a little bit different now because you'll be able to find Conjure Christmas in other areas. But Conjure Christmas normally looks a certain way. Like I see some gold Conjure Christmas, but that's few and far between now. And if we even talk about that, that stuff is not cheap. That stuff is expensive. That stuff is more expensive than the stuff that you get from the Caribbean. So how is it that you're paying, like you pay more for a pound and that as far as raw, but the powder is cheap?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense unless the powder is of some lower grade or something.
And, like, so you gotta, and like that pretty much lets you know where the powder is coming from or what type of powder you're getting. And people will gravitate towards it because it's sold for a lower price. And you know that you have different people when it comes to wanting powder. You have people that want the best powder and they're willing to pay extra for it. And then you got people that say, you know what, I just want some powder. Right? And this powder over here costs $23. I'm gonna get it for $23. Like, even though it don't make sense. Like, but those are the same people buying that Jamaican Seamoss that we seen in that picture. Like, you know, they're not caring. Or what it is that they felt like they were getting a good product and now they're realizing that they're not. Because there's different powders out there that they can actually compare it to. Like when it first started, like we were really selling powders, especially just Seamoss powder. Like
no one really.
The reason why you don't see a lot of Seamoss powder out there by itself because there's not a it's expensive. It's expensive. It's a process to do Seamoss, like just Seamoss powder. Like they'll actually mix it in with some bladderwrack because it's easier to process bladderwrack powder compared to processing Seamoss powder. So what it is that you never that's why you rarely see Seamoss capsules. Yeah. Reason why, because Seamoss capsules, you're not gonna get a lot as far as value wise. Like you're gonna have to charge people a certain amount, and you're not gonna make a lot of money just selling Seamoss powder. Like when you ask Seamoss, bladderwrack, and burdock root, like I always say now, that's actually those things are actually meant to pretty much lower the cost that you have to spend as far as on your product to make a better product. I can go on and on days for capsules and like Seamoss powder and all these things. I'll give you all the secrets.
Yeah, man. Well, you've got a lot of experience with it, man. You got all those pill things, and you know what I mean. You got the hammer mill grinder. That's I think my next big purchase soon is I got to get that a grinder and a dehydrator.
You know what? That's actually what I want to send down to St. Lucian. I want to send like 2 or 3 of those down to St. Lucian. Get a couple grinders, send them straight down to St. Lucian, and let them, have fun. That creates another job.
Fuck, dude, that would blow their mind. Even if you send one.
Just send. Well, this is the thing. Like, I might send one of mine because I have 2 of them. Like, actually, the funny thing was I'm gonna go back on the buyer club and see if anybody actually bought those that other people had. And if they haven't, might go ahead and just say, hey, let's get one for St. Lucian and send it down there.
All right. That would be nice. I got a spot for it.
Yeah, that's actually an easier, man. Shoot, if I can just get them to make all the powders.
Well, this is what I'm saying. They can even wash and clean the powder down there, and also they can do soursop leaves. They could do whatever leaves.
And that's the biggest part. Yeah, like I would get them to grind. I would get them to grind a bit bonde. Like, hey, grind this down into it. Like, I would actually do that in a coarse powder.
Yeah.
Like, cause I actually did the fine powder. But I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to really cause I'm trying to I want to make a tea blend with that. But you know how you get something that's too fine?
Yeah, it melts.
Being too fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it being too fine, it just doesn't sit right. Mm-hmm. Like so.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm making a snack.
I'm actually looking at these capsules. Okay, one thing I tell you about me working with this kind of Christmas, man, this is a whole nother different smell. This is a completely different smell.
So,
it smells so strong.
Alkaline Healing asks, what kind of grinder is it? It's a hammer mill grinder, right, or something?
Yeah, it's called a hammer mill grinder. Okay, and I'll kind of break down the difference because a lot of times you'll see a lot of grinders, and most people will think that it works. So the way the hammer mill grinder works. Oh, hold on, I'm going through the. The way the hammer mill grinder works, it actually it feeds into a. Oh, where'd my charger go? I'm about to go dead. Okay, so she stole my charger. All right, so it feeds into this metal compartment, and the metal blade just spins around and around and around. So you have this one little compartment where it's actually a screen. And so once it gets to fine enough powder to fit through the screen, it goes down into it. Mm-hmm. So it's not like it's trying to pretty much crumble it up as far as with the blade itself. It's actually just it's pushing there's really not that much room between where the rounder part is and the sides. Yeah. And so it just is really just crushing it onto the sides. And as it keeps on crushing it onto the side, it actually has one compartment where once it crushes it to a certain part where it's a powder, it falls down. It falls through. Mm-hmm. So I see a lot of them where it's just a blade, and the blade is going really fast, and it's going to make it into certain grains, like you actually seen with the Conjure Christmas powder that I showed. So it's a powder, but it's not a fine powder. It's not something that if I took my powder and I put my finger on it, it's going to stick almost because it's a fine powder. Yeah. It's a super fine powder. It'll melt. It's probably one of the best. It's probably one of the best investments I've ever did. And this is the thing about it. When I first got it, it sat for a good 6 months. Wow. Yeah, I used it a couple times. But what it was is that, I didn't, because, I think I might have told you this. I just, I was doing dehydrated powder. I was like, no, I can make a better powder than this. And so my whole mind frame was I'm not coming out with no powder until I come out with this freeze-dried powder. And so I just sat it on the shelf for a while. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't doing anything with it except for just having it sit on the shelf. Yeah, because you're waiting for the freeze-drying machine to be built, right? Yeah. And so once the freeze-drying machine came in, and then I started making regular powder, I started making regular powder too. And then that's when I got into it. But my whole thing was I don't want anybody to come out with this freeze-dried powder before I do. I don't want want anybody freeze drying Seamoss before I do. And so it was like my mind frame was just built on that. I'm like, I'm not coming out with nothing. This is my next, like, and yeah.
Dude, we were sniffing around.
I know when you told me, I was like, oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And when you came out, we were like, oh man, like he got it. Like, oh. But then we were happy because we're just like, it's so cool that like someone's got it, you know?
Yeah, like when you were telling me, I'm like, oh, you didn't think about it too? And then that's why I was like,
So how long does it take to make 1 pound of the powder with the machine?
Okay, so me, it only takes me about 15 minutes. Like, but it's really about how you kind of sift it through.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like what it is, you just slowly pour bit and bit at a time, and it kind of just turns it into the powder after a while. Like really, I could probably do it in probably like 10 to 12 minutes. If I'm really, but I really right now I do 3 pounds at a time, and 3 pounds at a time takes me about 30 to 45 minutes. Sometimes I turn on music and kind of get lost, and I don't even know the time frame that is. I got bags now. Like I wait until I get like 4 or 5 3-pound bags, and then I'll just go into the basement for a while and just turn on the playlist and think about reels. Turn on the playlist, think about reels, and just start feeding powder, and I'm feeding the Seamoss, and it usually takes me a few hours. I kind of get lost.
Just like yeah.
So, and then one thing I will say is that, okay, so another thing about powder, and I always explain this to everybody, like you're not gonna get the same. Like if you take a pound of raw Seamoss, you're not gonna get a pound of powder.
No.
You need about 20 ounces of raw Seamoss to get a pound of powder. And this is the thing, you may need more than that, depending on, like, because I use the brittle, the dry, and so it takes me 20 ounces with that.
Yeah.
So just think about like, okay, so if I do multi, which has got a little bit moisture to it, like normally I end up having to do more than 20 ounces to get a pound. I might have to do 21, 22 ounces to get a pound out of it. Can't get away from it.
Yeah, that's the moisture. It is what it is.
So you try to get the driest. I try to get the driest that I possibly can, and then do it that way.
No, that's good stuff. That makes it faster to grind. But you clean it first too, though, right?
Oh yes, definitely. I actually had a conversation with somebody today. They were like, so what do you do with all the salt? I'm like, man, I'm washing all that salt up. I clean it. Like, I'm cleaning up everything first. I wash, like, what it is that I wash it just like you would wash gel before you actually make gel. So, do the exact same washing routine. Instead of putting it in a bowl and adding water to it, I just put it on some plates, and I put it into my dehydrator, or I put it into my freeze dry. Either depending on what I need at the time. And so once I'll just say once I put it in dehydrator and let it go, then like I really don't see no excess anything. Like besides green, okay, so green I would see like in the freeze dryer, I would see kind of like when I lift it up, it's like the salt dries.
Yeah.
It's almost like a
powder
film that's on the bottom of it. The only thing you gotta do is touch it, and it kind of like flakes off.
If the raw Seamoss we have a slightly moist thing, could we leave it out to dry more?
Yeah.
Or communicate with our supplier for a dry Seamoss? Yeah, both are options.
Yeah, I would say both are options, especially if you're like as far as like with me, like if you order Seamoss from me and you put in the notes super dry, that's all you gotta put. Like, or if you just message me and be like, hey, can I get some of that super dry? Like, we have a certain price for like that super dry because we're not selling it for retail as far as for somebody putting it on the shelf or anything of that nature. Like me personally, I'm gonna sell it to you. I won't say a lot cheaper, but it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be pretty much cheaper than what you're gonna get anything else for because I have a ton of it. I use it for my powder, and I recommend it, especially when it comes down to products. And I think it's phenomenal. I'm not gonna lie to you. I take that over a lot of stuff right now. But yeah, communicate with your supplier, or you can actually put like moisture things in there to eliminate the moisture to it. Shoot. Like I have.
Sorry to cut you off, but I was going to say I think the best is to communicate with the supplier because if you take it and you try to dry it out more afterwards, you might lose some weight on it or some value. You know, if the guy's willing to give it to you dry, that might be, I don't know. If it was me, that's what I would try first. But if not, like you said, just, you know.
No, I would definitely go your route first as far as telling them what you want because, like, you're going to get more.
Yeah.
Like, that's the bottom line. When you let it dry out, you're going to lose. See, this is, okay, so Kelly, this is the reason why I keep on talking because I know he's done.
I'm not done. You know what it is? He's
eating to stay up right now. And so
I know. I'm listening to you, and then I like. It has been a long day. I've been up, and the night before I didn't sleep well. I've been having some like I wouldn't say business issues, but I'm one of those kind of guys that like I get really into strategy. And so when I think someone's fucking with me, it really gets me going. Where I'll spend 2 days and not sleep thinking about a strategy on how to defend myself or how to, you know what I mean? So it was like,
I know you ain't dealing with that situation.
No. This is something totally different. Okay, you wouldn't even know.
I'm like, you want me to deal with that?
No.
Like that's. I was like, oh, please don't say this.
No, I called that guy straight up and told him what was up. Like, I think it shit his pants when he was like, because I'm like, hey, you know who this is? He's like, yeah, I know who this is.
Okay, so that like, I'm happy that you did. I'm happy that you did that in the bud quick because that doesn't need to linger.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why it keeps on popping his head up. And that's really I'm like. And especially just, you know, leave the person alone, man. Like,
yeah.
Like, it is what it is, and that's all I'm going to say.
You know, at the end of the day, I told him, I said, I understand why he drew the conclusion and thought that I had something to do with it, because if you looked at it, you know, from his perspective, you know, all these pieces lined up. But I told him.
Your phone number, though. He could have called you. He has your phone number. He could have called you and asked, and that's the problem. Like, okay, you could have had this conversation instead of drawing conclusions on your own. Like, it could have been a simple conversation. Like,
because he doesn't know me. You know what I mean? And he's probably like, I don't want to call the guy. I'm kind of like the same way. I don't want to call someone and listen to them lie to me. I get fucking mad. You know what I mean? So, and so I said to him, I said, bro, if it was true, I'd tell it to you. Do you know what I mean? Because the truth always comes out. If there's one thing for sure, it's not to say I don't talk behind people's back, but I will not say something in public that I'm afraid to say to that person's face.
That's the thing.
Yeah. So if I said it, I said it.
Like, we can have this kind of like, you know, we can have this conversation in a public forum, and I can tell you exactly, you know what I'm saying, and there's going to be no, like, a matter of fact, I'd rather do it that way. I'd like, okay, so, and I kind of break it down as that Do I think he's a super bad person? No. I just think that, if you've been operating in a certain way, you get used to how you operate. And what it is that sometimes you run into somebody that gets super, that can operate in that way as well. And sometimes it kind of will rub you the wrong way that person can operate like that. And like, okay, so you got to taste of your own medicine. And so and it doesn't feel good. And that's really what it is. It doesn't feel good. And, but you got to understand, that's one thing you have to understand, is that the way that you feel is probably the same way that you made the other person feel.
Yeah.
And keep on going back and forth with it, or you can just say, you know what, that's it.
Yeah. Right. Recognize what you did.
Yeah.
But
and move forward with it. And I think, and me and that person, we try to ration out how to move forward, but we're just too far. Like, it's too many emotions into it, and so it's hard to say, okay, we're just gonna move forward without any issue. No,
can't.
Like, it's
too much has happened.
Yeah. However, like I'm like me, I just don't have any conversation for it anymore. It's not like when I won't say it's not like when I see you, there's not going to be an issue. It's just that you're over, like, you're on your side, I'm on my side. Like, we don't have to run into each other. We don't have to talk. We don't have to even, like, I don't have to see what you're doing. I don't have to, you know what I'm saying? I don't have to feel a certain way about anything that you're doing. And vice versa. It just kind of goes that way. I can get, like, and that's because I can get super grimy, and I don't want to get to that area because I got the Seamoss, so I wouldn't have to. Like, that's not the lane I want to get into anymore. So, however, like, I keep on seeing this reel when 50 Cent says, "I don't want problems." However, when a problem comes, it's not like I'll run away from it. I'm okay with being in that. I'm okay with dealing with the problem, with going that route.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that, like, I don't want the issue. However, like, when it gets to that point, I'm comfortable in that.
Yeah, no problem.
In that arena. Like, I'm gladiator. I'm built for that. Like, that's, like, it's bad to say it, but, like, that's what my prior history has said. Hey, you're built for this. So, like, don't put me in a comfortable spot where I'm, like, comfortable. Like, I don't get on defense. I go on offense. Like, it's so. But he knows that. And I know what he is. And so it's not. I just wish him well.
Yes. All the best. And things will work out.
And just, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe a year or so down the line, we have a conversation that's simple. Now, but right now it's not. Because there's too many emotions involved.
No, it is. Too much back and forth.
Yeah, too many emotions involved. So and I understand that. It's cool.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if he's watching, I wish you the best.
Yes, I'm sure he's gonna watch them sometime. They all do. You know what I mean? Everybody watches. Everybody loves Let's Talk with Seamoss. No. But yeah. Fuck. So what do you want to talk about next? I'll give it till 2:00. I know I'm in and out, but I'm tired, but I'm not tired. If that makes sense.
Like, you didn't all the way lane.
Yeah, I didn't do the.
There's a full lane. Like, we know where it's all the way down there. Like, you catch yourself after about 5 seconds now.
Yeah.
But once it's a 10 to 15 second situation,
Once you see me like this. So in St. Lucia, Ashton has like an album of all these videos of me just like falling asleep, or like I'll be eating and I'm like, like with the spoon in my hand, I'm like, like right in there, and he'll come and poke me, and I'm just be like, "Ugh."
Hey, speaking of, I had to put my elbow. I almost had to put my elbow in Khaled's order because Khaled did one of them orders. I was like, let me go ahead and I gave him that. I gave him that good multi. Man, let me tell you something. Like, so multi just now starting to pick up for me.
Mm-hmm.
Even with this sale, I'm like, why wouldn't like? I'm thinking like everybody should buy this right now. Like, you getting 3 pounds for the price of one.
You know what it is? People don't understand it, and they're not sure what multi is or what, because I get a lot of questions like, "What is this? What is it about?" and stuff like that. But I think that out of all of them, that's the one where it's kind of like if you're not sure which to take, then you take that one, and it's also the most customizable one because you can take more of something or less of one color to add it in. And so those are some of the unique things I think about it. Plus, I think it has like phytonutrients that are unique because of their color, and,
Yeah, I love multi. I'm not gonna lie, and I really want everybody on multi, truthfully, and like that's why I'm kind of like man, y'all take this, man, try this out. Once you try it out, like especially for people that make gel. Like this is the thing as far as what I say with people that make gel is that the gel looks beautiful. Just a plain gel looks beautiful. Like most of the time it comes out like a light purple color. You know what I'm saying? Like a lavender almost.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's amazing. Like, but I actually been like some of the multi I have right now actually has a lot of green in it, which is like normally you don't see a lot of green in multi.
No.
It's mostly a purple with a little bit of little sprinkle of green and a little sprinkle of gold.
A lot of gold, yeah.
Most of the time it's not like this. This batch had a lot of green, or I would say the last couple boxes that I've opened had a lot of green. What I will say is that every box is a little bit different. And so I'll probably run into a box that doesn't have that much green sooner or later. But these last couple boxes were great with the green.
Yeah.
I'll give the person that much credit. I'm like, your multi wasn't that bad. Like your multi was pretty good. I'm not gonna.
He's like, it's the best in the world.
Even though I'm stuck with a whole bunch of it.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of it. It's okay. I'm fine.
And that's what some of these kind of farmers don't realize. It's not like we can just snap our fingers and sell it like it's gone. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you gotta hold on to it, and it's money tied up.
Yeah, like, and that's why that's why I always try to but you know what though? What? I think that's a major thing that they think that like Seamoss is just flying off the shelves left and right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not. Like no. It's really a lot of people building an industry, and it's trying to get new people turned on to Seamoss every day,
all the time. Yeah.
And a lot of people, a lot of people don't want to change their ways.
No.
So, and I understand because I was stuck in certain habits like that as well. Sure. I didn't want to change my ways on certain things, and then it's kind of like, okay, like and with our people, we don't want help until we need help.
Yes, till it's too late.
Exactly. Like, so just having them take something that's just going to say, hey, this is going to help your daily function, and you may not need it right now, but it's going to start regulating a couple things, and it's going to help you. Like, it helps you in the long run. Mm-hmm. They don't really hear that. Like, and the rough part about it is every time a variant come out, mm-hmm. price, Seamoss go right back to where to being the popular thing.
Yeah,
like
the cure all.
So it's kind of like you don't want a new variant to come out. However, you're like, well, I'm in the Seamoss business, so a new variant is not that bad for us.
It's good for business.
Yeah, it's good for business for us. But that's not what you want.
No.
You want people to say, hey, well, let me go ahead and just take this right now so I don't have to worry about it. So I don't have to worry about this new variant that comes out.
Yeah, when it comes out.
I'm already protecting, I'm already safe. I've been doing it for the last 2 years. The variant it's not going to affect me. Like, even when I actually went, even when I felt like I had COVID, I didn't really feel like I had COVID. But only for like a day.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh, I got COVID? I'm like, man, my back hurt a little bit. Like, I didn't lose no taste. I didn't lose nothing like that. Like, it was kind of like, I felt bad for a day. And then it was like, oh, that's it?
Yep. Well, that was me the kind of same. I don't know. I'm surprised how that these people can lose their taste all of a sudden. You know?
Yeah.
Taste is everything to me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think my body refused to lose taste. What? You think so? Yeah. Crystal says mental strength.
What about it?
It's a mental thing.
What did you say?
It's mental strength. So it's like it's something that's mentally that, like, if you know that the symptoms are you may lose taste, then your body's gonna say, well, when I'm gonna lose taste, and it's like, oh, I lost taste.
Mm-hmm. It's like placebo, like the placebo thing that they take.
Yeah.
But I believe in that wholeheartedly, like with like the law of attraction, the law of manifestation, and stuff like that. That it's like these dominant thoughts happen in your life.
Like that's what, like, I don't forget what story it was where somebody said that they were diagnosed with cancer. They went to the hospital diagnosed with cancer, and then they started to have all these symptoms that a cancer person would have. They started losing weight, all these different things, and then doctor called them like a month or so later and was like, you know what? We gave you the wrong chart. That wasn't you. You don't have cancer. Like, but they're going through all the same symptoms of a person that actually had cancer. Like they're acting as if they had cancer. You know what I'm saying?
They manifest it.
Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? That's like crazy. But you can manifest good, you can manifest bad. Like you can tell you something that I'm okay. Like, I kind of do that with my kids. I'm like, there ain't nothing wrong with you. You okay? Get up. Yeah. And they don't. They get up like it's nothing. Like, I really think it's how your brain controls a lot of stuff. Like, and your brain controls a lot of stuff with you think. Like, as far as even how you vision yourself. Yeah. If you say you're a king, then guess what? You're going to start to act and reflect yourself as a king.
Well, haven't you ever ran into someone who just looks miserable, and then you get to know them and you realize that they are miserable? Like, it's so that. Like, it's just like, oh, like, it's like they're like, like
a prime example of somebody that I think Kanye manifests everything. Like, his mind frame is telling him, this is who I am. Mm-hmm. Like, this, I'm that. And he's so adamant about it that, like, you can't tell him different. Mm-hmm. And then if you start really looking at it, his strongest supporter was his mom, and that was right there saying the exact same thing. You're this and you're this, and yes, Kanye. And so he get fed this, and you can't now. It's in his brain. I can do anything I want to.
Well, also you got to look at. I mean, I don't know this for sure. I should really study him, but I'm very good at like sort of observing people. And what I observed from him, from what I can see from him studying and stuff, he was like that geek that just made it, that like lucked out or for whatever reason, and I truly believe that that luck is the manifestation. He believed that he was going to be famous so strongly and never wavered from it. He was such confident that it actually happened. And I think part of his behavior is because, and I think you that's pretty much what you were saying earlier. It's like I had a friend. I had a friend. I have a friend who worked on Michael Jackson's album, and he told me that he used to hang around with Michael Jackson and stuff like that. And I asked him like about the gay thing and why does he act this way and stuff like that. And he's like, bro, like first he's like, he's not into kids, but he's like, imagine you live in a world where you say, I want 2 elephants in the living room right now, and chop chop. They're 10 minutes. The elephants are there. He's like, no one says no to them. Everybody, So it's like you go from geek to God. You know what I'm saying? Your mind's gonna go messed up.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that's what I seen as far as when I watched the documentary on Kanye, is that he wanted it more than everybody else. Like he had the will to say, you know what, I'm going to do whatever I need to do. Like he took all the no's and kept on going and did everybody building, and he would take all these no's and just knowing how good he was. Like you gotta understand something. When I watched that documentary and him going to the Rockefeller office and rapping for him, and they're not really listening to him. And he keeps on doing it. He keeps on doing it. He keeps on doing it. He keeps on. That's like you have a willpower that's different. Like that means you have a willpower that's different. Like you're saying, I'm going to make it, and nothing's going to stop me. Like and now that you have money and you actually have a situation where you can actually do it. Like now, it's I want to do this, and nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to call this person, this person, this person. I'm going to get it done. And that's really his mind frame, is that this is what I want to do. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it done.
I can do it.
Nobody's going to be able to stop me. I know I can do it because what y'all said I couldn't do.
You did.
Y'all said I couldn't become a rapper. I became a rapper. Like, everybody knew him for being a producer. Like, that's the thing. Like, he really wasn't, like, he didn't come out being a rapper. He came out being a producer.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I'm going to will myself for you guys to listen to me. And not to mention, what he was rapping about was not what anybody else was rapping about. It was, like, what you would call it, it was a regular, everyday person type of rapping. Like a regular, everyday kid that goes to school every day, comes home, plays video games, all this other, like, what kids do, what younger people do, and he was rapping about what people do. Like, not everybody's a drug dealer. Not everybody's a pimp, a hustler, or anything. So you have and so if that's all you talk about, you're actually taking away from a majority of what normal black kids are. Like, really, just be honest. Like, there's only a certain few that were hustlers, drug dealers, pimps, players, all that. There was only a certain few that are like that. Like, and then you have, so who is speaking for the regular kids that don't do that and don't wish to do that, don't wish to glorify that?
Yeah. Where do they get their sort of attention?
Spotlight. Like that's what I always say. Like, I grew up off of, like, it's hard to say it, but I grew up off of gangsters. Like, that's who shaped my teens and everything like that. I grew up when Chronic came out, when Snoop Dogg came out, when Ice Cube came out, when, like, these are all the people that we listen to. Bone Thugs and Harmony, all these people that we listen to. Yeah, all these people that we listen to, and their content was different. Even LL was somewhat of a, like, he didn't talk about something, but like all his songs that hit were I'm bad, and all these, like, he gotta say, mama say knocked out, like all these, like, he had some women tunes, but most of his stuff was
hardcore.
Like,
well, not hardcore, but like, yeah.
He had to stay hardcore for that time, just for him to actually kind of do what he was doing. Like, so, and that's almost like the Will Smith of our era. Like, you know, and then when you listen to Will Smith, people will call you corny. And so he was out that time, like, oh, you listen to Will Smith? Oh.
But he was huge back then.
Man.
Remember Summertime? When that jam came out?
Exactly.
Summertime.
But you gotta understand, like, you had Summertime, but then there was a whole bunch of people that weren't listening to Will Smith because he didn't embody what music was at that time. Like, that was happy music, and we weren't trying to be happy.
No.
Like we were trying to be gangsters, and that's the problem. Like that was a big problem. Like there, like, you know, you had some happy music, but you know what I'm saying. Even the R&B people were gangsters. Like, you had Jodeci. Like, you know, there's a lot of hardcore stuff going on, and that's the happy honesty. Like, that's what we grew up listening to. I always tell people, like, man, like, I wish Kanye was around when I was growing up. I probably would listen to that a little bit more than listening to gangster music the way I did. Because that shaped a lot of things. It's like, okay, I can't be out here if I ain't got a little gangster in me. You know, so you start to operate in that manner. And you start getting in trouble early.
Tank Girl says, have a good night, Kings. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to our live.
Watching, listening to us talk.
We're both going to be out in just a second.
I know, I'm feeling it. But I enjoy the conversation, and I like staying up doing this, man. Like, it's funny because it doesn't seem that long. Like, it's almost like before you know it, it's there again. Like, it's like, oh, it's Wednesday already. Like, what?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, what are we going to talk about tonight? Who cares? We talk about something.
Yeah, we talk about everything. Like, there's no... like, really, I just wait for somebody to ask me questions so I can kind of delve deep into it.
I'd like to even one day set a panel or get a group of us together to talk about not foreign buyers. It's like how to help farmers sell better to foreign buyers. Like, you know, how to negotiate better pricing, how to ship it, how to be more secure in the payments, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, give them some tips and ideas on how they can market or sell, so that because I think a lot of times if they had a little bit of experience or a little bit of confidence or knowledge to back up their confidence, they would be more firm with their price and stuff. Like today, when I was talking to this group, one of the things that we discussed and how it even initiated was that, you know, I was checking in with them and they're all like, yeah, we're so busy. We're going to expand. And it's like, they just started. So I'm like, well, hold on a second. Like, you're busy? Like, you're that busy? Like, you know, I'm like, well, what's your pricing? And then when you check the pricing, I'm like, oh, okay, see, that's your problem. And so what I kind of explained to them is like, you don't always want to be going after the lowest price, because if you don't price it and strategize it right, you can actually bury yourself into a hole because there's all these extra expenses that you didn't account for. And these people are just pushing you from the price. And sometimes it's better to just let them go and not waste your time on it. You know what I mean? And focus on the ones that you do want to work with who are willing to pay you the price that you're willing to pay and stuff, you know?
You know, one thing I do, just based on even where you're at and where you want to get your Seamoss from, like, I would always tell suppliers is to find one person that you can create a business relationship with. And that really is kind of like your go-to, like somebody that wants 200, 300 pounds and say, okay, this is my person. Let me go ahead and build this relationship with them. And then that kind of sets up everything else that you have after that. When I say sets it up, it means like that's going to help you pay for a lot of things that you need to do. Like that's going to sustain you as far as, okay, I know this person is coming with 300 to 500 pounds, and maybe it starts off for the month.
Mm-hmm.
Then you say, okay, well, now let me see if we can build on that. Like most of the time, you can get with that person and you can build a relationship to where you're actually helping them, like they're helping you build and you're helping them build.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can start veering off, but the other people, it really is just extra people. And so just think if you actually say, okay, well, we have somebody in the States that needs 400 pounds. We have another supply over here that's just waiting for somebody,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to deal with. Let's go ahead and hook these two up. Boom. Okay, now you got somebody that's really waiting for you. They can get you 500 pounds each month. All right, you can actually pay for 500 pounds each month. Okay, boom. Y'all start a relationship. All right. Then once y'all get that relationship, then you guys help each other build. And then, okay, so, all right, so we got another person. Another person says they need 300 pounds. Okay, look, this farmer, he doesn't produce a lot of Seamoss, but, you know, he can produce 300 pounds each month. All right, y'all get together. And it's almost like matching people up for needs and things of that nature to kind of facilitate where some of these buyers and then, well, actually some of these sellers,
Mm-hmm.
they get their base that they need. And then once you get your base that you need, like if you're able to, when you first start, say you can do 1,000 pounds in a month's time, then you find somebody that maybe can do 1,000 pounds in a month's time.
Mm-hmm. Try to sell it to that one person.
Try to sell it to that one person. Come up with a reasonable price that actually helps you. That is good for both of you.
Yeah,
and then I think that's what that's how I look at it.
No.
Like, I know there's a lot of farmers. I know there's a lot of people out there that, you know, and then, okay, and on our side, we have to be truthful about, like, as far as the buyers,
Mm-hmm.
really how much Seamoss you really need. Like, don't go and say, hey, yeah, I need or just give me 50 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because you're trying to find what the lowest price is. Yeah, I can do like 2,000. I'll do 2,000 pounds every month. And then you say, well, you know, let me just get 50 so I can start off. And you be like, okay, so you just did that just to find what the cheapest price was. And then once you found the cheapest price, then you wanted to cut it down to, well, I only want to get this amount. And you did all that negotiating. You got these people worked up that they're going to be able to sell all this Seamoss, and then you don't do it. So I think that's a problem on our side as far as being buyers, is that we're not truthful on what we're really doing. And I always tell people, a lot of times, like, you're not going to know really how much you're going to get. Like, there are going to be certain people that know because they're actually selling products. And so they're like, okay, well, we're doing a certain amount of gels per week. Like, we doing this amount of gels, so we go through 25 pounds every week. So I'm gonna need probably 100 to 200 pounds every month just to make sure. You know what I'm saying? So now you have a base price. Like I tell you, like you might ask me, Rick, how many? I'm like, shit, I don't know. Like it depends on if I turn these ads on or not. I'm like, I don't know if people like me no more.
Yeah.
I said, did our live drive people away? And then as soon as I say that, sales start kicking up again. And then it's like, well, shoot it. Like I'm telling you, hey, I need another 100. Can you give me another 100 real quick?
Yeah. I'm not sleeping.
He has 3 more minutes. We're gonna keep on here for 3 more minutes. we gonna put it like I'm surprised I was still up.
I know. But it is, fuck. Seamoss. I love it. I love the life,
Like, we live for this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Like that's one thing I give you is that sometimes like I'd be like, man, don't nobody love Seamoss more than I love Seamoss. I'm like, you know what? Julien.
Dude, when I close my eyes, I dream about us being in the water and being on the beach late at night. Especially like, oh, dude, wait till you come down. That's gonna be badass.
Oh,
Especially
man.
like you work in the farms all day, and then you're done. You're drying off. We build a fire. The sun goes down. We're cooking some food. There's brights. The beers are flowing because we've been in the cooler all day. Everybody's got their, you know what I mean, their smokes, and we're just cooling and liming, cracking jokes, you know, this and that, you know. But
See, it'd be hard for me to come back. I'm not call home. Man,
that's it.
Y'all just come down.
She's gonna have to pull you away. Come on, Ricky, let's go. Come on. He'd be like, no, this is what
no, I found the house down here. I'm coming back. I found the house.
That's
I'm
it.
gonna sing for y'all. Y'all come down here. I'm not coming back. Like, this is life.
Bro, dude, it's so much freedom down there. Like, no one bothers you. You know what I mean?
That's really what I'm scared of. Like, I'm scared of that. Like, I'm scared I go and not come back. Like, just like, you know what? I'm cool. I'm good. Like, cause she knows like what my dream is to just get enough money so I can go to an island, build a house, and that's it. Like,
we can make it happen in St.Lucian, man.
Yeah, like that's my dream. Like, you know how somebody says, so what's the rest of your life look like? Well, I make a few $1 million. I go move to an island. I sit on the porch and carve out wood paintings and carve out wood and like, you know, I never get wood carving. Like, and carve out wood things all day long. Like, that's really and sit there and talk and drink lemonade. Mm-hmm. Like that. Like, I don't know. That's like, you know, when I think of retirement, that's what I think of.
Speaking about those wood carvings, I actually might start bringing in chalices, like homemade chalices made with the calabash and the bamboo thing and stuff like that. Yeah, I want to.
The other week, those like the coconut bowls that they were talking about, like
the coconut bowls, and then also they were talking about the calabash bowls, where I have a friend that can do the engraving and stuff. Which reminds me, I gotta like send down a Dremel. I told her I would get one of those Dremel tools because she carves it by hand, right? So I'm like, I can get you one of these things that does, you know, and you write 100 of those in the time that it would take you to carve one, you know?
Yeah, see, you know, like, I just want to sit there with a knife and some wood and just pick and like, hey, yeah, I made a dog today. You want to see the dog? And, you know, the crazy thing is that I've never carved anything in my life.
Well, you'll learn.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm going to learn how to carve. I'm going to sit there. You know, hopefully I have some grandkids at the time. And so I sit there with the grandkids, and that's what I do. I have a few dogs, you know what I'm saying? I got a nice little rocking chair. I sit on the rocking chair.
With your little pipe.
I'm looking out into the ocean. Like, I go and run into the water real quick, come back out, sit back down, and that's my life.
That's a good life, man. That's a blessed life. Yeah.
Best life.
So what's the best vacation spot in St. Lucia? I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. I know when we stay at a resort, I always stay at the Windjammer. But the Windjammer is more like a relaxed kind of resort. It's not like the sandals and stuff, but the food is like, and it's like, it's a 5-star all-inclusive. And yeah, that's nice. And your rooms are up on a hillside, so everybody has a view out to the ocean, and so you can see the sunset. And then each room has its own private plunge pool, so you have your own little like waiting swimming pool in every room. So when it gets hot and you're sweating and stuff, you just jump into this pool. It's just like ice cold water, and then you jump out. You know, easy going.
Yeah, see, man, I never come back. See, that's my.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna come back. Like I'll start looking for land. Okay, can we buy this land?
Yeah, how much is it gonna cost? How are we gonna make it work?
Yeah, how much these houses down here?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't need nothing big, just something that you know what I'm saying, and be done. Like I'm from Iowa. Like think we don't want to buy no water?
Yeah. No, the simple life. It's easy to please. Yeah. Well, definitely soon. You know, they lifted up the travel restrictions on COVID now. So apparently, before you used to have to do quarantine. Now you can go down there and you can get a test. But you know what makes me fucking annoyed and irritated?
I'm not getting a test.
But it's like, what has changed since this happened? Like, you've relaxed these rules, but it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, you could have relaxed these rules months ago.
Yeah, like I'm first and foremost, you're not sticking nothing up my nose.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even do that. Like I tell them, I don't even want to let you swab me. Be honest with you, I'll spit on something.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm serious. Like I'm so like my trust factor with them is just at an all time low.
Yeah.
Like when I say at an all time low, it's an all time low. Like we've been tricked so many times.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't even want to admit that we got tricked with Biden.
I think they brought Trump in there just so that they could slip Biden in there afterwards. You know what I mean? Because it's like you just get anybody in there besides, and I think it's all done by the Russians.
I don't really think they even want. Like, okay, so I really don't think they really want Biden in there. It's just like Hillary just was looking so bad, and they couldn't do anything, and they was like, okay, who else we have? We have Biden.
And they're like, Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, we have Biden. And that was it. And so they're like, man, I guess we got to go with Biden. They still do exactly what we say do.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what it is. It's like, he's a perfect puppet.
Oh, fuck. He is a puppet, man. That guy can barely bring out an independent sentence.
Okay, so he's a puppet that don't know he's a puppet.
Yeah, for real.
Like, you know, they just put it, like, you know how they go into a room and they start talking like, yeah, man, we're going to do this, and then it just puts a battery pack in him. And so he goes out and just regurgitates exactly what they said that they were going to do.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, so, you know, and then like, I talking too much. And they're like, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to say all that.
Like, wake up, bro. He's always falling asleep. He's worse than me at falling asleep.
He's like, oh, it's not time for my nap. Okay.
Somebody, you know what? I'm gonna do a video with him falling asleep or something, and be like he needs. There's gotta be some joke about him not taking Seamoss.
Yeah, he didn't take his Seamoss.
Somebody looks like someone didn't take their Seamoss today. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this is Joe Biden without his Seamoss. This is Joe Biden with his Seamoss.
There it is. You get him jumping around or something. But it is after 2:00, and I should let it go because
we made it.
We made it. We did our time. And you know what? Though it's like 4 hours passes by pretty quick.
Yeah.
You don't realize you've been talking for 4 hours straight. Almost. Like, wow.
Yeah, and this thing is, well, the crazy thing is that if we weren't on live, we probably
we'd still be talking with ourselves. It's so true.
Yeah, so this is kind of like it's cool that everybody else gets to hear what we're talking about in a normal night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I enjoy it, man.
Thank you.
It's like everybody else is on the same thing. It's like, okay, yeah, it's time to go to sleep.
Yeah, man, it's 2:00.
We did it.
Look, someone's joined in. You missed it. We're leaving. They can catch the repeat. But yeah, I'm gonna give you a shout tomorrow, and I'm gonna get some rest, and I gotta get up early, and
Exactly,
I
man.
got so much Seamoss. I probably gotta pack like at least. Oh,
It's your birthday, baby. It's your birthday. Yeah. Who's gonna
it ended, and that's what I forgot. It ends at 4 hours, and I think now the video is messed up. Anyways, let's see. Does it show? Did we get the whole video? We'll see. Okay, well, guys, this is the end of the night. Thanks so much for joining me, and I'll see you guys on Sunday. And don't forget to take your CMOS. I'm out. Julien out.